Why are we making pufferfish noises right at the beginning of the stream? What are we doing? What are we doing? Hello, you guys. Welcome in. Time for Dreamsnap Reviews. We're going to be wrapping up our reviews for the Getting Artsy Challenge. We have a handful of latecomers that did not get their primary review yesterday. We're going to knock those out first. It looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 in the regular form. Oh, thank you guys. Thank you. A little hype train coming in already. Big shout out to Jennifer with the 200 bits. Thank you, my friend. First bits of the day. Very kind of you, very kind. Mags with the 100 bits as well. Following Jennifer here. Thank you, my friend. Fallen Angel with the big 500. Very kind of you, very kind of you. And I think I already have the Discord announcement typed up. I think all I have to do is just submit it. Yeah, there you go. There we go. Yeah, I would have submitted it already, or posted the Discord announcement already, but I was having a same issue I had yesterday, where, you know, usually I post the announcement during my intro, but like, for some reason, my OBS is taking really long to connect to YouTube. Like, I have to keep disconnecting it and reconnecting it to get it to finally take. And I had the YouTube stream scheduled at 3:15, which we did end up going live at like 3:14 on YouTube, so we made it in time. But the whole intro, I was like sitting there trying to get it to connect, so I didn't post the YouTube announcement. I already had it typed up, but I don't like to actually send it off until we're actually live. Fallen Angel, thank you again for the 500 minutes. Vox, thank you for the 101. Ghost Girl, thank you for the 200. Ashley, thank you for the resub. OBS hitting out in status. Yeah, it's just getting old, maybe. I don't know. Weather is beautiful here today. Hope it's nice where you guys are. First, like, full sunshine kind of day we've had in a while. I did a good bit of biking earlier this morning, which was nice. Was able to get out and about in the world. Really wish we could choose to cast light or not, says Scuttle. Well, there's lights that cast and lights that don't cast. So, you know, you kind of just choose which ones to use, I guess. Because there's plenty of lights in the game that will not cast. That's always an option. That's always an option, just to use the ones that don't. A pleasant 98 down here in Florida. Pretty hot, pretty hot. It was between like 60 and 70 earlier this morning. When I was out biking, it was like, I don't know, like 70, mid-70s. But I got up extra early today. I got up at like 6 a.m. Oh, you know what I realized, guys? I'm not going to get... Sadly, I don't think I'm going to get the last pier from the Summer Sizzle Festival. I'm one quest short. I've just been, you know, mostly doing snap stuff, so, like, I haven't put too much time in the quest, and this is the last day, and I'm 5 of 6 on the duty to get the last piece of the dock, so I'll probably have to wait till next year to get the last piece. Maria says, hey, finally catching a live. Your Dreamsnap video has been so helpful. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you, my friend. Thank you. Calypso said 96 here in Texas. Dang, yeah, pretty hot, pretty hot. A little hotter in Florida from what I hear. 87 in Cali, says Cozy. Mama Flash, thank you for the 468. Very kind of you, my friend. Very kind. And Rope with the big 500. Let's go. Hype train moving right along. Thank you for the help on the goal, you guys. Always appreciate it. Semi, hello. Happy to report my power has been restored. I'm back at home again. Good to hear, my friend. Yeah, the power issues have been annoying the past week or so. Lots of storms. I mean, we lost power multiple times last week, and it really threw a wrench into my streaming plans. I heard as long as you started it, you can finish it afterwards. Oh, like the quest will still appear after it ends? Is that what you're saying? Because I need to do one more Summer Sizzle quest. You know, from, like, Remy. So, I got 2 quests in one day. Yeah, I don't have another one today. I need one more. I've already done today's quest. And the only time I've had 2 in one day is when I started one the previous day and didn't finish it. Then the next day, you get that quest, and you get an extra one. You get the one that you get for that day. But, yeah, you know... You getting 2 quests in one day doesn't really help my situation, right? Because I have no more quests, and I will not have another quest until tomorrow, but the event ends at midnight. So, from Dreamlight Valley, they said if you started it, you can finish the quest after the event. No, oh yeah, that's no. That's what they're saying is if you start a quest, it's still going to be active once the event ends. I can't start the last quest. I can't start the last quest because it won't be available until tomorrow, and the event ends today. So I'll have to wait till next year to get the last dog. That's what I'm trying to explain. So what you're talking about happens with every event. So if you start a quest during an event, if you talk to the villager and the quest begins, it doesn't go away when the event ends. The quest stays pending. You can finish the quest whenever you want to. My issue is that I can't start another quest. I'm one quest short. Now, if I could start another quest today, then I could do it tomorrow or the next day, but the quest will no longer be spawning tomorrow. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? But yeah, what you're talking about is a bit different from my situation. So if you that's, like I said, that's how all events have always worked. If you start a quest, it doesn't go away when the event ends. Yeah, it's the last day for the Summer Sizzle event, and I did not get my last dock. I didn't get my last dock piece, unfortunately. I was slacking, just doing too much with Dreamsnaps as always, and I'm one quest short of getting that last dock, so I'm going to be stuck at 5 out of 6 until next year. But it's cool. I'll get the dock next year. Not really that big of a deal. Rose says, I finally completed my flower storage. Nice, nice. Scuttle said, no, I had 3 today alone. I did all of my quests yesterday, too. I had just my daily iron and flame quest left. Yeah, I've only had 1 quest per day. So, and I always do them, and then I always check for another one, but there's not, I haven't got 2. The only time I've had 2 Summer Sizzle quests on the same day is when I started one, but didn't finish it. Like, if you start one, it stays there, and you can start another one the next day. You can actually have up to 5 going at once, like in one, or, more than that. Every time you talk to a villager, you'll have one going that starts that quest. And the quest will stay in your quest tab until it's finished. So you can actually do like 3 or 4 quests in one day. But you can only initiate 1 quest per day. You can only initiate 1 quest per day. The event page even says specifically that they will be daily quests. So if you guys have had a, if you've had a point to where you had like 2 or 3 quests on the same day, it's because the other ones were pending. You started them on previous days, and they're still active. Does that make sense? Unless your game's just bugged, which wouldn't be unheard of for Dreamlight Valley. A little bug with some quests wouldn't be completely unheard of. But yeah, it's too bad because the last dock piece is probably the coolest. Probably the coolest dock piece, the one I don't have. Black Knight, thank you for the 100 bits as well, my friend. Much appreciated, much appreciated. And Rope, thanks again for that 500. And Mama, thank you again for the 468. Were the red lanterns fixed, and can they be used outdoors anymore? They were never broken, Yvette. The red lanterns were never broken.
Notice me, senpai.
Hey,
notice me.
Wings of a Daydream.
I wasn't able to edit for re-review with school starting again, but I wanted to thank you for taking the time to review my snap last week.
Of course.
Emoji.
Of course, my friend. Thank you for the support. Greatly appreciate the 500 bits. And already almost halfway in the goal. Thank you, guys. And yeah, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Sometimes you get busy. You got a strong snap, so you'll probably be okay. So, Yvette, with the red lanterns, they were never broken. What happened with the red lanterns is we were able to place them outside, and we weren't supposed to be able to do that. So we were able to put them on tables a while back, or on your ARTSY River kit, and we could use them outdoors. They basically, a couple of updates ago, they made it to where they were actually indoor only, like they've always been supposed to be. So, if anything, when the red hanging lantern stopped working outside, that was them fixing the lanterns like a couple of months ago, but they haven't stopped working. You know, when we were no longer able to put them outside, that wasn't like a bug. That was a fix, unfortunately. They always fix the cool bugs. I haven't ran into any issues with the red lanterns. Are any of you guys having some kind of issue with the red lanterns? Actually, I still haven't made my snap. Well, you got all night to work on it, you know. Just put a little bit of time in it. I think you'll be all right. M's asking if it's worth it for Dream Styles. You said, is it worth it to buy Dream Styles for Dream Snaps? So it depends. I mean, most of the really good Dream Styles, honestly, you get out of Star Pads and stuff. Like some of the cooler ones, like Pirate Donald and stuff, you know. But I mean, if you think about it, some Dream Styles are really good. I wouldn't buy Dream Styles specifically for Dream Snaps. I would buy Dream Styles because you like the way they look on the character. I would prioritize that over buying them just for Dream Snaps. Because if you think about it, Dream Styles can be $2,000 to $2,500. So even if you make 4K, you're looking at a 1,500 Moonstone profit from that purchase, and you probably could have gotten 4K. I mean, I feel like there's plenty of snaps that get 4K without, like, some of the fancy Dream Styles, you know? As long as you put good strategy in your snap. They can be a good boost, of course, like when you're doing a Christmas snap and you have all the Christmas Dream Styles. Yeah, that's going to be awesome to use. Or if you're doing a summer snap and you have, like, Summer Scrooge and Summer Donald and Summer Stitch. Yeah, that's going to be great. But you don't absolutely have to have them. So I wouldn't buy them just for Dream Snaps. I would just consider getting them... you know, just, if you like them. All right. Yeah, the red lanterns can't be placed outside anymore, guys. They changed that a while ago. But that's not a bug, like we were saying, you know, that was them fixing the red lanterns, which is unfortunate because, like, you know, I really like those kinds of bugs when we can use, like, good light casting outside. But, you know, they also tweaked the Vitalis lanterns to where they don't cast light on floating islands anymore. And there is one last item, Yvette, that you can use to hang outside in your Dream Snap if you want to cast light, like maybe onto the foreground, by hanging these lights right outside of your scene. It's the only item in the game that remains that can cast light outdoors is the Chandelier of the Deep. It's the only one. But it needs a pretty large table to place it. And if you don't have a large table down, you will not be able to place the Chandelier of the Deep at all. But that's the only thing that's left. It's the only thing that's left that casts light. Did semi finishes Dream Snap or do time ending last night? Neither, actually. I did neither. I ended up going to bed pretty early, and I got up at like 6 a.m., and I was out of the house by like 7 and go on a nice bike ride and enjoy the beautiful weather. Because we had, like, for the first time in a couple of weeks, we had, like, beautiful sunny weather this morning. And it was, like, a cool 65 to 75 degrees. It was really nice. It was really nice. I'm a little worn out from being in the sun and from biking, if you could tell. But, feeling good, feeling good. All right. Going into the snaps here, you guys. This week's challenge, we're going to quickly touch on the challenge before we dive into your reviews. We always do this. Hey, why? Welcome, my friend. Welcome. Look at you, Senpai. First, you needed to wake up at 11. Now you're waking up at 6 a.m. We've come a long way. Yeah, it just depends. It just depends. You know, sometimes I can get good sleep. It just depends on how much I exhaust myself or whether or not I'm having nerve pain. So I definitely don't get up at 6 every day. It's pretty rare. Okay, so this week's challenge is called Getting Artsy. It says create an artist workshop where creativity flows free. Show off sculpted pieces, sew magical outfits, or paint an enchanting work like Rapunzel. Express yourself. So as discussed yesterday, when it comes to an artist workshop, wrong one. There we go. An artist workshop, often called an atelier or studio, is a room or building where a lead artist, students, and helpers work together to make art. Now, that doesn't absolutely mean you have to make a room or building. With the challenge title being called Getting Artsy, as long as you are getting artsy, you'll have a shot at 4K. Though a great competitive play would be to take into consideration the artist workshop portion of the challenge. Now, if you're not going to go with the room or building, I highly recommend making sure to include some of these key workshop features here. So a dedicated workspace, a place filled with tools like paint, clay, wood, heavy machinery, depending on the craft. So it doesn't have to be all these things, kind of depends on what you're doing with your artist workshop. And then things like teamwork and learning. When it comes to teamwork and learning, there's really good storytelling opportunity here. So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. Lots of great opportunities with your villagers. Now, let's go ahead and take a look at our... We only have one tier 3 here. So we'll get this one out of the way pretty fast. Carrie. I had to create a new Discord, lost access to my old one. Oh, no. Well, I'm glad you got it sorted, my friend. Would really appreciate your opinion on getting my artsy submission. I have 2, but the first one is currently going to have submitted. Okay. So we have this one here. Hey, Thea! Welcome, my friend. Welcome. Popping by to say hello. Good to see you, Thea. Good to see you. Hope you've been well. Hope all is good in Thea's world. You know, I need to turn the walk-ons back on. We've had Blurp and walk-ons off for a little while, mostly because we're doing so many Snap Review streams now. All right, let's see. Also, Mandarin here said, hi, I like my Dreamsnap, but R2-D2 pose clipped my avatar's arm, so she looks like she's missing a hand. Will voters care? I mean, when it comes to a question like that, Mandarin, it really depends more against what kind of voters you have. You know, everybody's a little bit different. I try to avoid clipping in a lot of my snaps, if possible. But it's also going to really depend on what you're up against, you know. If your photo is very beautiful and very on theme, I don't think the clipping hand is going to be a massive issue. It's only if you're up against a really good snap and it's equally beautiful, but the opponent's snap is like perfect and there's no clipping or anything, then yeah, it could sway decision. But it's a very niche thing. It's not always going to matter, you know. It's going to come down more to like what kind of voters you get and what kind of snaps you're up against. So it could potentially impact your votes, but I don't think it's a very large impactor. All good here. Got the kids back in school. I now have 2 middle schoolers. Dang, they're growing up so fast. Look at that. Look at that. Middle school already. Be high school before you know it. Eva said, thank you, somebody. I used them already, but they were not very helpful. Trying to get my review. Trying to review my snap. Maybe you can give me some advice. Yeah, if you ever want to join the review process, let me know. All right. So Carrie's snap here. So we're doing the lean here. We have Rapunzel with this motif on the art display. A good shot of Aurora here. A lot of light here. Mickey is a little hidden. I like that she's doing a Mickey painting. But if we can maybe bring him to this spot right here just so we can see him a little better, I think that will be good. And you do have some opportunity right here, like in this pocket. What might be fun with this small space here is if you take the clay molding table, the one that we get from Pumbaa. You can put it here, and you can have some kind of like little pottery on display, and you can maybe have a villager working on pottery as well with this nice little spot here. You wouldn't have to crowd the spot up too much. You could also just do like a couple of clay jars here if you didn't want to bring in another villager. But yeah, you do have some opportunity there. Another thing I would recommend here, which would be tricky because it might require you to reform your foreground a little bit, but that would be to provide a small amount of tilt. Let me show you. I have kind of the exact same angle that you're using here on a Dreamsnap, but with the tilt. You see how the corner of your room is like right here in the middle? I did the same kind of alignment for Cozy Holiday Cheer, except I'm using the free camera, which kind of has this downward view, and I have it pulled back. So I'm in the third camera mode. And this way, you only see a very small amount of the ceiling, and you get a lot of visibility on the room. The only downside to trying that, Carrie, would be that, you know, you would need to restructure your stream for, or your snap for that angle, which would be a lot of work. So if you don't want to deal with that extra headache, I wouldn't worry about it. I think the main thing I could see here to make this a bit more competitive would be a little bit of, you know, something here. Just a little something. You could do some jars, some big clay jars if you wanted to show off some pottery. And then I would also recommend sliding Mickey over just a little bit. And I like these vines here. You can always add a little bit of extra vines right here if you wanted. Kind of in this pocket if you keep this angle. But yeah, overall solid. Good workshop. CC, hi Zabai, I haven't had nearly as much time to spend on this one as I usually do. I'm trying to keep my 4K streak alive. This is where I'm at so far. I love your thoughts. I can probably make some tweaks tonight or rebuild if you think it needs that to be competitive. Background references on the first two and try moving an easel closer for the second motif. I don't feel like it's as strong. All right, well, let's take a look. Okay, very beautiful studio here. I think you got a pretty good chance to keep your 4K streak alive here. You got a lot of villagers involved. You know, everybody's painting pretty pictures. You have Rapunzel actually in her animation here, which is really nice. I think... yeah, I'm not too big on the Ariel up close here. I like the painting table a lot more. Because one of the things that's, you know, very central to an artist workshop would be, you know, some of those tools of the trade. So having your paintbrushes on display here in the painting table at the front, I think is a nice touch. And you have a great villager presence, also with Vanellope right here. So we don't have to have Ariel up close. And this also allows us to have a really good view of Rapunzel, who's actively painting. And that's a really nice feature. Between the two snaps, I would definitely go with this one. You got a great centering on the avatar here. If you did do any tweaks, I would probably just kind of pave the whole area. And maybe include some rugs. But I wouldn't pave it with the white, because you don't want a whole lot of white in here. But also for it to feel more like a workshop, you know, we could get rid of the grass. I think a paving that would work really well for you here would be Main Street Path. The Main Street Path paving is going to tie in really nicely to the wood notes. And it's going to provide a great backdrop for your white paint splattered overalls. And then once you have the Main Street Path paved through here, you could also drop like a beautiful tangled rug, like the purple and gold rug right here, kind of in the foreground if you wanted to have a nice explosion of color. Or you can have it towards the back. I know with the Icy River kit there, that might... I don't know if those clash. I think they don't. I think the Icy River can go over it. But yeah, that'd be my only recommendation. But if you don't have time for adjustments, just stick with this one. I think this is the strongest out of your current options. But if you do have time to make those changes, I would just make sure you still feature the paints here on the side. Keep Vanellope here. I think that looks really good. And, you know, keep this great workshop presence going if possible. If you do have, time for tweaks, you can also add some extra details in the back, maybe some pottery back here, maybe a little statue somewhere, just to showcase multiple types of art. Could be really good. Could be good competitive play. All right, now for some latecomers for the primary reviews. First up, we have Tessie here. Hi, super excited to be part of the Snap Reviews. Was so shocked when I got a gifted sub after commenting yesterday. I'm lacking the items to be really competitive, like the Potter's Wheel, Easel, Rapunzel, etc., but hoping it looks good without them. Appreciate your time or any feedback. Snaketails. Okay. Well, I wouldn't say you're lacking the items to be competitive. When it comes to being competitive with your snap, it's all in how you strategize and create your snap. Rarely do you really need specific villagers, specific dream styles, or specific decor. There's usually a very wide array of things you can use to be competitive. So we'll start by talking about a really good competitive play when it comes to avatar positioning. If you visit my Facebook page and you look at 4K snap results, like every Wednesday we make a post, tomorrow morning it'll be up. I'll share my eco-friendly, fun Dream Snap on socials for the first time. I don't share it until voting is closed. And then I'll ask everybody to share their submissions in the comments. Most of the people that follow me on Facebook are consistent 4K earners. So we get hundreds of Dream Snaps posted on that photo or commented on that post every Wednesday. Like, there's usually 150 to 200 submissions shared there, and about 90% of them are 4K. And it allows you to look through 4K, and you can also do this in the Dreamers portal or in different Discord servers. But if you look at what is consistently getting 4K, there's certain meta plays that we talk about that are very competitive. And when it comes to the Dream Snaps meta, one thing that is very, very, very popular with voters would be a strong feature of the avatar. So what people are doing is they're pushing their camera up closer to the avatar, or they're using the free camera mode. That's another thing a lot of people do. But if you look at some of our, high-ranking players, like here we have Jennifer, you see how prominently featured the avatar is here? What makes this such a strong play, it doesn't mean this is better than photos by default that don't have a strong avatar presence. It just means voters tend to gravitate towards these photos. And there's a good reason for that. You see, a lot of people vote fast. There's a majority of Dreamlight Valley players are not hardcore Dreamsnap enthusiasts like those of us here. That's pretty obvious when you vote. If you spend any time voting, you're going to see a load of random selfies, you're going to see tons of quest photos, and you're going to see a vast array of very low effort snaps because, not everybody has time or the strategy to build a very strong scene. Those same people that just put something together or throw something in, they approach voting in a very similar way. They're not going to spend hours and hours voting and really looking at the photos. And many of them vote on small screens, like the Nintendo Switch 1, the Switch 2, Apple Arcade, Steam Deck, ROG Ally, PlayStation Portal. All of these handheld devices give you a pretty small screen. And if they're not enlarging the photo, which many of them aren't, you have two small photos on a small screen. When the avatar is up close, it becomes very easy for these fast voters to really appreciate the customization of the avatar, the pose they're using. It makes the story a lot more clear, especially when you have the villagers up close. Keep in mind, Snake, this is not something you absolutely have to do to get 4K. There's always some snaps in the 4K range. Belby, let's go. Thank you, my friend. Thank you.
Sat for reviews.
Let's go. Let's go. Greatly appreciate the big 1,000 bits. We are now less than 2,300 away from goal. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So, one competitive play I would recommend adopting for you, Snake. Not necessarily this week. It doesn't have to be this week. This is just food for thought for your future snaps, and just, so you're aware of what is very popular in 4K, what is very common. Again, and this doesn't mean it's better. It just means voters gravitate towards it. And that would be when you use portrait mode to snap your photo, it's really good to have an item that pushes the camera up. Now, since this is indoors, you might not have anything that can do that. There's not a lot of indoor items that push the camera up. The easiest one to work with inside would be the Vizier's Alchemy Table, and that is actually an Eternity Isle item that you get when you reach, I think, level 7 Friendship with Jafar. You'll get that from his quest, and then that item pushes the camera up. It is extremely useful. If you don't have it, don't worry, you can go with this for this week. But I would strategize on your future snaps on, how can you play up these closer angles that other players are utilizing. If you look at, you'll see that most of these players, like Jennifer, Fim, Mama Dukes, Sunshine, Belle B, they stay in 4K. It's week after week after week after week after week. They just keep getting 4K. And 99% of their snaps follow this meta. That's not a coincidence, right? That goes to show just how popular, getting close to the avatar is. And if you hide the avatar, it's equally popular in the 4K range to be close to villagers. Again, this is food for thought for your future submissions. If you don't have the Vizier Alchemy Table, there's still plenty of snaps each week that do get 4K with the avatar smaller like this. Plenty of snaps still get in 4K. It just depends on what they pop up against. So if they pop up against snaps where the avatar is really well featured, and it is somebody voting on a smaller screen, then oftentimes, these photos can get less than they deserve because of that, because people gravitate towards that. So keep that in mind. If you go outdoors, you can use the large landscaping rocks to do this. There's actually a bunch of outdoor items that push the camera forward way more than you have for indoor items. Now that we've talked about featuring the avatar more prominently, I want to talk about your studio here, your atelier. I think this is a really strong build. You have some great features here. Maui hitting the flex with the statue is really fun. Some good storytelling there. Sally working on her dress. Also some really great storytelling here. And you've got, lots of pottery. You have some good fabric sections here. I would say the only recommendation I would have, aside from trying to get closer to the avatar when you can, would be that you're wearing these kind of paint-covered overalls. And there's some really, really great opportunities this week with the painting easel. And the easel is just a screwed shop item. And, you can put motifs on that easel. Another small recommendation is, I would say, instead of the big bookworm glasses with the super big bushy eyebrow kind of look, I would play up your makeup more. I would take the glasses off and do a beautiful eyeshadow. Since you are an artist, since you are somebody that specializes in painting and creating things with color, there's some, fun opportunities to add some beautiful makeup to the avatar. And we would see the eyes a bit better, too, if we didn't have, the foggy lenses here. But yeah, you have some great light casting with these lights here. You're lighting up the back of the scene really well. And we also get this great gold reflection here on the left-hand side. So you're doing a lot of things very well here. You're not showing a ton of the ceiling. You have some great lighting. You have a great villager presence. I think this has a strong case for 4K. Unless you get really unlucky and you just pop up against a lot of snaps that are relying on more meta plays, and then it could be harder to beat them because of that. But that's a very small percentage of snaps. It's a big percentage of 4K, but a small percentage of snaps overall. So your odds of popping up against them are slim. But it is possible, so, that's why, I recommend playing up the meta wherein when you can, if possible. But yeah, overall, solid snap. You got some great features in here. Well done, well done. Great first snap to look at here. Sweet Dreamer Casey. Hi, Sabai. As always, any suggestions are definitely appreciated. Thank you. You're welcome, you're welcome. Wow, what a beautiful scene. I really like how you've added the detail to these walls here with the paper pecals, and I really love the smoke bombs behind the window, just kind of adding this beautiful color out the back, kind of playing up that, artsy vibe. I love the face paint here. Looks like speckled paint, like paint splatters. Works with the outfit here. This is actually my favorite face paint for this particular challenge because I think it's the closest you can get to making it look like paint has kind of splashed your face. Once again, Flynn just can't get it up. This, it's droopy. Look at that. Poor guy. He's pretty proud of it, though, and Rapunzel over here working on her masterpiece. Beautiful gateway here, by the way. I love the depth of field with this gorgeous waterway here. Beautiful Corona Castle in the back. And my favorite thing about this, Casey, overall, I think what makes this a very exceptionally strong photo would be the lighting. You really nailed the lighting here. You got some, great light on the characters, great light on the scene. You got that sun behind the camera, sunset time of day. And I like that you're pairing these floating lanterns with the ones in the bubbles as well, just to kind of get them spread out and lower. That's a nice touch. And the fact that you're painting floating lanterns is fun. So yeah, beautiful work here, Casey. Beautiful work. Not much I would do differently here. Very fun shot of Flynn. Very well featured right near the front. Great feature on the avatar. Playing up the meta very strong here. And a great feature of Rapunzel. So very meta forward. Very good lighting. You're doing all of the things that we see very consistently in 4K. Well done. I think you're pretty safe. Tori is next. I didn't have much time to do this one. Any suggestions on what I should add? Well, the first thing I would consider is like a different pose. Like, since you're painting, right? You're in painting overalls. You're working on a painting. The giant pencil, it does tie into art because it's a pencil. But with you standing in front of the easel and working on a painting, I think there's like better avenues you can take. Even if you're leaning on the painting and kind of showing it off like we see here, I think this fits better with the outfit, because she's covered in paint and she's like done with her project. She's taken a step back and we can see exactly what she was working on. But with the giant pencil, it's kind of comically large. It's more of like a gimmicky item. I think it can work really... I mean, there will be snaps in 4K that are holding the pencil. It just depends on what they pop up against. I just think there's more competitive ways to showcase your avatar if you wanted. Like if we look at some of the... some of our really strong snaps here, you see people are reaching for paintbrushes, right? You see people are taking a step back from their portraits, right? You see people kind of showcasing their work like this. So with a lot of these snaps, from these very high-ranking players that are very consistent with 4K, why aren't they using the pencil? And I think it's because they're aware that there are more competitive ways to really make it look and seem like you're painting, like you're getting artsy. Again, the pencil does tie into, the premise here of creating art. But I think you could do something stronger. And I think if you posed a different way, you could position yourself to where we can see more of the canvas, and then you can actually center a motif on there if you wanted. Now for Flynn, we have him doing his hands out, but at what? What is he excited about? What is he proud of? You have a storytelling opportunity here as well. And this is a really great example of that. You could show him, being excited about what he just made, even if it sucks, even if it's a droopy little pot, that could be super fun here. And it would be very easy for you to set that up. It would just take the pose you're using here for Flynn, and it would add a bit more storytelling to it. Great shot of Rapunzel, though. You know, I do love Rapunzel with the brush in hand. I think that's really nice. Now, when you do these indoor-outdoor scenes, there is one big recommendation I have, and that's to make sure it has an implied ceiling. Plenty of snaps get 4K with these indoor-outdoor builds that show that there's no ceiling, but the implied ceiling creates this illusion like we're inside of a workshop, like a whole building. And what I mean by implied ceiling is, in this snap, there is no ceiling, but it's implied, right? Because we can't see the top of the walls, and we see little lanterns hanging down. So when you do indoor-outdoor builds, you don't have to readjust your whole build for this week, Tori. It's just something to consider. You'll notice with a lot of these really strong indoor-outdoor scenes, you can't see over their wall space, right? Like, these all kind of feature these implied ceilings. Even the example scene I created for this challenge has an implied ceiling. So, again, it's not something you absolutely have to do. But I do think it's a more competitive way to build out these kind of indoor-outdoor scenes. So just be wary of that if you try this again, if you do one of these indoor-outdoor style builds. The other thing I would recommend is to try to break up the walls a little bit so it's just not all the same pattern over and over. There's a lot of great ways to do this to make your indoor-outdoor build more competitive. If we look at this example scene, we're breaking up the constant stained glass and window feel by adding this lantern here with the flower pot. So now we have like a flower pot up on the window. We're clipping these blossom trees through the wall to make it look like blossom vines. They look like vines growing inside the workshop. And finally, we are also using some taller items like the alchemy shelf right here. These corona pillars on the side, and these wood beams can clip into these walls, and you can create doorways like this. And this just gives some added texture to that wall, so it's not just, you know, the same wall, like here, 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 and here. Like this one does have a doorway. Like with the paper pick house, you know, this is kind of a good play here. But you could put some blossom trees on the other side, have some blossom branches clipping through. You could put one of those tall lanterns kind of back here to get like a little flower pot hanging in the back. Lots of fun things you can do to spruce up this wall if you wanted. Now, I love your path choice here with the Main Street path. I think that's a good option here. Now, for the back opening, I do think you have a bit of an opportunity here. I would avoid showing the fogginess. You see that really foggy tree? It's because it's kind of far away. If you put like a really pretty house here instead, you don't have a lot of room, unfortunately, so I think it would have been better to build this a little further back. But if you could fit some kind of pretty house, or maybe even build a little forest scene right here and have the road keep going over this way, I think that'd be fine. But I would just try to avoid the foggy colors by just kind of adding some details out on this side. And also keep in mind, through these windows, if you wanted some really pretty colors, you could also do smoke bombs. We saw a great example of that in Casey's snap. You see these beautiful smoke bombs here, just adding this green and this pink and this yellow to outside of the window here, just making it very colorful. And this is also what I mean with the doorway. You see how in Casey's doorway, there's no fogginess. We just see these beautiful buildings, beautiful trees, and we see this beautiful waterway. So a lot of fun things you can do. I know you said you didn't have much time, so if you want, Tori, what you can do this week is just focus on like the fast bits of advice you can incorporate. So doing a bit of storytelling with Flynn would be really good for you. That would only take a moment, so I would definitely consider that. I would definitely consider, you know, trying to break up the wall with, like, you know, having some blossoms come through, or putting like, you know, one of those wish blossom lamps back here. And then just dropping some extra detail out here just to try to block that foggy tree. You know, you could just place a house out here, kind of reshift your path if you want to. And I would probably get away from asphalt. Maybe do even like a nice little dirt path could be nice, like the, not mud, but the sun-baked clay. Has like this nice kind of orangish brown texture. It looks really nice. I think it would complement the Main Street path well. And whenever you do tweak it and work on it, I would recommend experimenting a bit with your pose and what you want to do with the avatar here, because I do think you have some great opportunities if you want to, you know, give them a shot. The pencil isn't a horrible choice by any stretch, but I just think there are better options for you. Dreamy Luna, my first indoor snap I've ever attempted. I did enjoy it. Leaned into the painting and pottery vibes. Hopefully it's on theme enough and tells enough of a story. If you have any tips for me, I'd appreciate it. Okay, Luna, okay. So with indoor snaps, one of the biggest keys is lighting. You see how you have this great light casting right here? Like we can see the gold reflecting off, the light reflecting off the gold. If you took another light and you put it right over where the camera is, you would actually get really good light on your avatar as well. And that light would also hit your easel here. So the front of your scene is very dark. Jasmine's very dark. The avatar is very dark. Your motifs stand out more than anything else because they're stickers that go on top of the photo. And the goal when you use the motifs in this way is to really make them feel like they're part of the environment. But since the front here is so dark, that's why the motifs are standing out so much. But if you did, whatever you have here casting this light, get another couple of them from Scrooge and put them right over where this camera is. We won't see them. We won't even see them, but we will see the light effect they create. That way you can get some light on Jasmine, you can get some light on the avatar, you can get some light on these easels. And once these easels are lit up, these motifs will not stand out like with completely different lighting than everything else, if that makes sense. Also, be wary. You see this motif leaving the portrait? We want to try to make it convincing. So, you know, if you take these motifs and you move them up just a little bit, you'll get that Cheshire cat tail back into the portrait. My last recommendation here for you, Dreamy Luna, would be your foreground elements. Like you have your villagers in the foreground. But, you know, you see these painting tables? These are fantastic for, like, these foreground corners this week. And you'll notice a lot of people are using them. Like, in this snap, we have one on each side. Like, the reason these are so great in the foreground is because, you know, you're going to have the paintbrush as a little bowl of paint. Little plaster here, and then you have, you know, same thing on this side. But you don't even have to use that necessarily. There's other great items you can use for the foreground. Like you can take a really low table and you can put a little pencil cup on it. You can have little statues that you've made, little sculpting projects. But yeah, we have the paint table here on the left and some sculpting products and some pencils here on, or sorry, paint tables on the right. I get my lefts and rights mixed up all the time. So yeah, my big advice for you here, Dreamy Luna, would be lighting. That's the most important thing you're going to need to resolve. You got great light casting back here. Imagine how much stronger this would be if you had some great light at the front of the scene. Because right now, everything's bright behind you, but everything at the front that we see the most is what's dark. And that's going to be a little bit of a problem. If you fix the lighting, I think you'll have a pretty decent chance for 4K here. It just depends on what you match up against, honestly. Snoko, hates it by. I was going through personal stuff and had a Dreamsnap block. I managed to take time off and came up with this. Got this idea from your stream with creating a sculpture of Hercules while Phil is watching. Oh, cool. I don't know if it's competitive enough, but let me know what you think. That's pretty fun. That's pretty fun. Now, with the avatar this close, she is going to be taking up a lot of real estate. So it's tricky. It's tricky. I think what you're going for here really does come through, though. The only downside is with the avatar this close and with the Hercules stone sculpture also this close, it's going to be hard to get more of a feel for your workshop. But I think this is really cool. I think it's a really unique approach on the challenge. And I think it's very clear what you're doing, which is good. You know, whatever you're doing to get artsy, you want that to come through. You know, you want that to be super obvious, and it is here. So that's fantastic. And then, you know, I love that you have Phil and Hercules involved. Even Rapunzel is just in the back, like just enjoying the process. So it's really fun. And then you have some, you know, great items over here. I like the way you paved everything. And I like the, you know, Greek kind of feel to this workshop. I think that's fun too. So yeah, I definitely think this could get 4K, Snoko. I really like it. I really like it. I think it's super fun. It is tricky though, you know, with the avatar taking up quite this much real estate. What you can do is keep this one saved to your gallery, because it's a good one to roll with if you don't like the adjustments that you end up making. And I would just fiddle with it a little bit tonight. Try moving the stone sculpture back just a hair. Maybe play around with the avatar pose. See if we can get her close to the camera, but not taking up quite as much real estate, if that makes sense. Just so we can see into your workshop. Because what's really cool is you have this Grecian crafting table here. And this thing is loaded with like little tools and items that I think are going to play really well with the scene you've made. And featuring that Greek crafting table, I think would be very strong. So, I love the concept. I think you should go for it, see how it works. But yeah, the big advice here would just be to, you know, try to work it out in a way to where we get a little bit more scene visibility if possible, and we can get more of a feel for your workshop. Yeah, really fun job there, Snoko. Good job, good job. Heather said I had to rush to and get something submitted, so it's not my best this week. Any advice is welcome. Well, I always appreciate it when you guys let me know you're in a rush, because that way I can kind of give you advice for, you know, making a snap very quickly. And also the advice I give you, it's not going to be as in-depth. It's going to be very quick things you can do to make this a little bit more competitive. So one thing you can do here, Rapunzel fills out the right side foreground really well, but the left side foreground, you have some opportunity here. I think a painting table right here, even if it comes up to like Tigger's tail here, it's going to be fine. We're still going to see him. We're still going to see who you're painting here. So I would definitely consider the painting table, because that way you'll have access to the tools of your trade. And in order for this to feel like a workshop, it really needs those tools as well as the art that's going on. So like you have a painting table back here next to Rapunzel, but since you're working on the Tigger painting, you know, we don't have one for you. So maybe another painting table right here in this left-hand corner. That way, and if you angle it, you know, rotate it to the right spot, you can actually feature the little paint brushes or something kind of coming up right here. I would play around with it. Even if you have to move it back a little bit, having that painting table come in here, I think would be really nice. Now, I think another thing that could be fun here is a second motif, but behind the Tigger one. That way you can make it a more elaborate painting. So what you'll see a lot of people doing, and this only takes a second if you want to do this, what you see a lot of people doing is taking multiple motifs and putting them together. Danielle, let's go, my friend. 26 whole months. I'm a big lurker, but you get me through a lot of my afternoons at work. Plus, we play Pogo together, and I love that. Thanks for all you do. I love that, too. Yeah, Danny G, I always see you hop on raids with me sometimes too, which is super fun. What, dude, you know what I would like to do, Danny? For GoFest next year, if I probably won't do the in-person one. I never have. But I wouldn't mind doing like a community meetup. My friend Tommy flies out to the Dayton area every year for GoFest, and we have a park here that's really good to play at. There's like 15 to 20 gyms. There's like 70 Pokestops. It's massive. Like thousands of people play there for GoFest. It's so big. It's really fun. So for anybody that's like a Pokemon Go player, you know, if you ever want a really fun place to do GoFest, you know, if you can get to the Dayton, Ohio area, you know, I'd love to play with you guys in person. And thank you for the resub, Danny. So yeah, going back to your snap here. Layering another motif kind of as a background for Tigger here, I think could be super fun. You do have an implied ceiling, which is nice, but your doorway opening here is really big, which gives us a little bit less of the workshop feel. And also out this window here, I would probably add some trees and stuff on this side since we do see out there. You can also do like some colorful smoke bombs on the other side if you want to. Lots of options there. Sabzi, I think it's too simple to achieve 4K, so I'm looking for tips to elevate. Thank you, Senpai. All right, all right. Well, I like your foreground. You know, I like that you have the painting tables kind of right here at the front. So here's my advice. You have a lot of fun stuff going on in the background, but it's all really far away. I would put more priority into your foreground here because we have all this emptiness. Now, we don't need to fill all this space. In fact, if you were to ditch the pencil pose, since you have paint right here, I would recommend getting yourself an easel, and I would put the easel right here. Like maybe to your right, just a little bit. Heather, thank you for the hundo. Thank you. I'll try to add some changes. It was my first inside-outside snap. Well, you did a good job with the implied ceiling, for sure, Heather. It's too bad that you didn't have a lot of time to work on it, because indoor-outdoor scenes can be really, really strong if you have a little bit extra time to put into them. I mean, for this scene, for this example scene, I haven't bothered adding villagers yet, but I mean, we made this on stream, and it took, what, like maybe an hour? Maybe? Hour and a half, maybe? So it really didn't take too long, and a lot of that time was goofing around. Like, we were just, like, goofing around. The actual decorating process was pretty fast. I think a lot of the goofing around was trying to figure out these freaking wood beams. They were ticking me off. But, you know, if you have, like, a good bit of time, you know, an hour or two, you can make these builds really, really detailed and fun. But my tip for you, if you're going to be doing the inside-outside thing, don't forget that there's a doorway for this wall. Like, these are the regular wall pieces, but there's also a wall piece that's a door. And whenever you're building things for Dreamsnaps, try to remember that there is a button to select similar items, so you don't have to go searching for them. On my Xbox controller, I just got to push right stick in when I highlight something, and it'll show me similar items. Now, it goes based off of tags, so it's not always accurate, but usually if you're working with a wall set, it'll show you, you know, all the other pieces of that set. Like, it'll show you the gazebo wall portion, it'll show you the doorway portion. So if you're kind of in a rush, that's a super good tool to use, because you're not going to have to go digging and scrambling through your inventory and using filters to find those items. You can just use that similar item toggle. So for Sabzi here, the first thing we're going to talk about is the pose. So I think you have a great opportunity to tell a story with the avatar as well. Now, I really like what you have going on here on the left side. Like Daisy working on this dress, Sally working on this dress, the drafting table, so I would not cover any of this. But on this side, Rapunzel's going to be key here. I would keep her there, but I would actually just kind of shift Flynn over, like move Flynn over here, and have Flynn and Mirabelle real close to each other, and you can have them talking or laughing, but basically just you're going to have to move to Flynn, because in this spot right here, that's where I think you should put your easel. Now, it doesn't have to be right up against you. You can have it a few paces back, But I don't know if you have the broom, but this is kind of what I'm recommending for you. Is instead of posing with a pencil, with the challenge being called getting artsy, show what you're creating as well, if you can. I think that's a good competitive play. I mean, that's most of what we're seeing from a lot of the higher ranking individuals. A lot of people are showing their work. They're either actively painting something, they're actively making a statue, they're actively, they're in the process of getting artsy. So rather than just pose with a pencil at the front of the room, you did so good telling stories with your villagers. Let's apply that same strategy and logic here to the avatar, because they're kind of the focal point of the entire photo. They're right at the front. So that's tip number 1. Now, tip number 2, don't forget that we can edit the ceiling. This is really important if you're doing an indoor snap. Now, in the past, we couldn't change the ceiling. We were just stuck with the plain old white ceiling, but nobody liked it. That's why they finally let us change it. Nobody was very fond of this ceiling. So, given that they finally applied that change, it's easy to forget about. And for some people that haven't done an indoor snap before, they might not even know that you can change the ceiling. But it is very, very useful. And, you've watched my reviews for a while, Sabsy. One thing we talk about quite a bit is how popular bold, vivid colors are. And how very pale colors, grays, whites, they absorb the color out of the scene. Like, you have these really pretty vines and flowers. What if instead of a gray backdrop, you had like a dark wood ceiling? Now these greens are going to come through much more prominently. In addition to that, you have these paint-splattered windows in the back. But the wall that you've chosen is pristine. Like, look at the white, borders here on the wall. Like, it's so clean. The paint splatter all over the window, it just doesn't feel natural with these windows and with all the painting going on. So, I think a better wall option for you would be something that has a lot of painting on it. One thing that's been very, very popular this week for indoor scenes that we're seeing quite a bit would be this painted wall set here. You can see on the wood, there's no, whites or pale colors. And if we look here, the wood beams even have these pretty little paintings going across them. This wall just really makes sense for an art studio or an atelier. Did I hear a kitty? And it's going to pair very nicely with these paint-splattered windows, right? Because now it makes sense, there's paint all over the walls, everything's painted, so the paint-splatter windows work really well there. So going back to your snap here, my big advice for you here, Sabsy, would be take that skillful use of your villagers, like the strategy you're using here, and apply it here as well. Because you're the focal point. You're right at the front. So you're going to be very important. Avoid these super clean walls paired with all the paint going on. And then avoid the white ceiling when you have so many good options. Like I said, I would go with a dark wood. And you have some good light casting here at the front too, by the way. You have great light on the avatar. So keep that up. Keep that up. And after you add an easel behind you, you can also use the broom pose if you haven't. You can lean on the easel. Or you could do, a pose where you're showing it off, like the sunbird pose or dragon pose, whatever you want. And you can attach a few motifs to it. Could be super fun. Could be super fun. So yeah, in closing, I would recommend tweaking the ceiling, wall, and even the floor. I think there's some better, darker, artsier floors you could use in this space. And if you took this rug that's behind you and turn it about 90 degrees, you could put that right at the front And then you can have a big square, beautiful carpet over here in the fabric zone, and then some kind of different carpet over here in the painting zone. Also in the painting zone, right? Why not send some of these paint tables over there too? I don't know if you have more than 2, but if you can get some extras from Scrooge, you know, everybody's painting over here. Let's set up a painting table behind the easels, maybe one over here on the side, and then you can even have pottery over here that's been painted. You know, there's so many extra details that you can add in this back corner, just to really elevate the story you're telling with the villagers. So far, with what you have, Sabzi, I think you're on the right path, and I think if you can incorporate those adjustments, I think you'll have a great shot of 4K there. Quantum... I put this together after watching your stream. I still see some things I should probably change. I was thinking about adding Mirabelle behind the sewing machine. I have some empty space around the back window for character/object, and the golden planets in the back seem a little random. Comments and suggestions would be appreciated. Okay. Let's see. Well, fun painting here. Fun painting. And you got some nice statues here. You got a good workshop feel. You know, we can see the tools of the trade over here. Now, the disco balls, they do add some really fun effects, right? With like the purple light kind of shooting around. It's pretty. But I would say it's also kind of random, just like the golden planets can be. When it comes to the ceilings, you got some really, really good opportunities here. Oh man, I wish I had saved Mama Dukes' snap. Maybe I can find it in secondaries, but I doubt it. I feel like Mama Dukes is probably done. I really got to remember to save some of these very strong snaps. Yeah, a lot of these are indoor-outdoor. If Mama Dukes is here, you can send me over... You can DM me your snap if you want. The guy said Jordan appearance is rare. It's like a shiny Pokemon. Where did you guys see Jordan? Was she in the chat? I don't see Jordy. We're just chatting. Don't mind us. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Noted. Noted. Yeah, Lunaris is very beautiful. Kind of like these honeycomb lights. These are really pretty with that nice warm gold. If I had my game open, I could show you a few more options. But to give you a quick, you know, like a few really fun items. There's these wall sconces that cast light. The hooked lamps. They're from a Star Path, though. Vines are going to feel really good for these artsy environments. And there's lots of great lights you can hang down. Like, if you're playing up a lot of colors, these, like, memory orb style lights here with all these fun colors can work really well. If you want to stick, you know, if you do really, really want to stick with the disco balls, you know, feel free. But I do think, you know, with such a fun variety of lights that would feel very natural in a workshop, I think there's some better options for you here. Because the disco balls create a really fun, really cool effect. But with it being, you know, an art studio or workshop where, you know, you guys are teaching about art, you're making art, I feel like the disco balls would just be kind of a big distraction. Whereas you could just have some really pretty warm lights. There's those little honeycomb tassels. Then there's like those big honeycomb glowing ones. There's a lot of lights that have like a really beautiful, like warm quality to them. I don't have them in this example scene, unfortunately. But yeah, I like that your art is displayed near the front of the scene. Also with this pottery here, you know, I would say maybe instead of Daisy here, like you have her here for the fashion stuff, but since we have this pottery right here, if you had Flynn here, you could have him doing his, like, you know, his animation where he puts his arms out, and he can be like, oh, look what I made. You know, you can have him being very excited. Because Daisy's looking at us, but she's right in front of the pottery. I think you're intending for Daisy to be more part of the fashion scene. So you could position Flynn kind of right here, right behind Rapunzel, animating to interact with this pot. And then we can move Daisy back a little bit towards the table and still have her looking towards us. I sing Mama Dukes to snap. Oh, perfect. Thank you, Ashley. Thank you. That's very kind of you. Yeah, I really wanted to pull that one up because we're talking about really good lights, and this one came to mind. Here we go. So, you know, these tassels, that's what I'm talking about. These don't cast light. They're not really casting a lot of light. She has a light right where the item's pushing her camera that's casting all this light here, which is beautiful. But these little warm lights here, they cast such a nice ambiance. You know, it feels warm and cozy and relaxing, like a place where you can really just get down to business with the art, you know? And I think these warm notes are going to play really nicely into this scene because we have so many, you know, bold, beautiful colors. But this is just one, and here's those wall sconces again, same wall sconce. This is just one example of what I mean about there being so many good ceiling options for you. You know, if you were to try anything other than disco balls. But like I said, if you like the effect they make and you want to use them, you absolutely can, of course, of course. It is your snap, my friend. So yeah, that's about it. If you do go with some fun, warmer lights hanging down, I would probably go with a slightly darker wood note for the ceiling. Also, there's another light called the geometric light, which is, it's just a flat light that goes right onto the ceiling. Keep in mind, lights like the geometric light will not cast light unless it's after 6 p.m. your time. So if you do end up using the geometric lights to warm up a dark wood ceiling, I would take the snap after 6 p.m. Yvette, I had an idea in mind for this week's theme, however, not sure if it's well executed. Appreciate any suggestions. Okay. Well, it's a really pretty workshop. You know, you got some sewing and fabrics. We got more fabric over here. You got a great shot of Rapunzel painting. We got this fun little Winnie the Pooh art piece over here. And then we have the Avatar. So, it's more of an open-air art studio. You know, we don't have the implied ceiling, but you have filled in the skyline very nicely with, like, the fireflies and the aurora. And I love the deep green paired with the bright pink blossoms here. What I would consider for you here is, you know, the villagers all look really good. I like how we have, like, sculptures over here with Hercules, and we have some of the nature-y friends over here with, like, you know, bouquets. But being able to see your easel and see what you're making, and also being able to see your expression, I think, would make this even stronger. And with you being at the front of the gallery, I think if you were to utilize the leaning pose, if you have it, I think this could be a really cool feature at the front of your scene. You might have to shift some things around because it's going to change your orientation here. But you can also open up the foreground a bit by taking these desks and pulling them more towards the corner. And that could give you that extra space that you need. That's really my only recommendation. You know, I think you're doing a great job with your villagers. I actually rather like the multiple gateway idea where you have like, you know, kind of different art settings in each space. And you've got some really good storytelling here with like Pooh and Friends with their little painting. So even if you don't make changes, I think this has a really good case for 4K. I think it's, you know, got a strong chance for 4K. So I would say your concept came through very nicely. My only recommendation is, with so many players highlighting their work and showing what they've made by like using motifs or making pottery, or like Sunshine's Snap yesterday, she was making a big crochet monster doll. You know, everybody is showing us how they're getting artsy and they're kind of highlighting their work. And I think you have an opportunity for that as well here. You could do something clever to show yourself painting, or you could simply pose with your complete project. You don't have to use this pose in particular, by the way. I know this is locked behind a new expensive companion. So there's plenty of other poses you can do to kind of, you know, face towards the camera, show that happiness, show that joy, and show what you've made. That would be my only recommendation. But even if you don't do that, I think you still have a great shot at 4K here, because you've got really good storytelling, really good villager presence, and a very well fleshed out workspace. You know, the studio, the artist workshop is very, very well defined here. So even if you don't, you know, give us a look at your art and show us your emotions, your expressions, I think you still have a great shot at 4K with this. But I do think that would really be like a cherry on top for this experience, where, you know, we see everybody kind of looking towards the camera. And if we can include the avatar in on that as well and kind of see what she's been working on, that could be super cool. Cat Calico, don't have much time this week. Where are all of you guys just playing Pokopia? Everybody's saying I don't have much time this week. I mean, I'm here for it. I totally get it. I've been playing Pokopia and Pokemon Go. I haven't looked at the broom pose yet. Oh, it's so fun, Scarlet. The broom pose, you lean on it. So the broom stands here, and you just lean on it. But if you hide the broom, you can use that pose with the easel, and it's so pretty. It looks so good. There's a bunch of things. Like, I've seen people leaning on the Wally bike. I've seen people leaning on stone lanterns. I've seen people leaning on different tables. It's really neat. You know, there's a lot of fun options there. So, Kat, good looking scene so far. I would maybe consider bringing your tables into the corner just a little bit more, because I think that would open up your space a little bit. I like the interaction here. And then this is really fun. These two kind of working on pottery together. Mirabelle back here kind of daydreaming about what she's going to paint. And if you did maybe move this back into the corner a little bit, that could give you a little bit of space to where you can back up and maybe get a little more to the right so you can fit this motif in here a little bit better, and we can keep, you know, we can keep Tramp right here. You did good with the implied ceiling, and I think your lighting is looking good, but we do have like a pretty strong light reflection here on the glass. Now, what I would usually recommend to tone down that reflection would be, you know, having like the vines come through and putting items in front of them. But since you went with a double gateway, you can't really put items there, since you have the gateway here and the gateway here. But we could break up some of this wall here, you know, because we're seeing a lot of this wall. We see all this stained glass here, and then it comes down here on this side. So maybe right here on your far right-hand side, what if you added a fun item like the alchemy bookshelf here, this alchemy shelf? The reason this could work so well is because the scrolls just look like extra paper you guys are working with, and the little jars and potions actually look like paint. You know, it just looks like a lot of little paint cans. So that could be really cool kind of over here on your right-hand side. It would just, you know, fill out this workshop a bit more. We would see more of the tools of your trade. And then if you wanted to break up some of the shine up here, you could add wood beams. Kind of tricky though. But there's some wood beams that can clip right into these wall pieces if you wanted to give it a try. The last bit of advice is, well, it looks like you might have makeup. It's hard to tell. Yeah, I think you do. I think it's just close to the skin tone. But there's some fun face paints you can use that make it look... I would be very careful with that, though. Make sure it feels convincing, like actual paint splatter. But yeah, the outfit's fun. And if you have that broom pose, you could use it here as well. You know, that would actually give you a lot of room to highlight Tramp's motif. Clinksy. I don't have much time today. I love how everyone's review is starting that way. To make major changes, just want an outside POV on any small changes I could do. Well, I don't really see any major changes that you need, to be honest. It's already very well put together, Clinksy. So do not fret, my friend. I don't have any advice that would take you really any amount of time whatsoever. Because you already have a good implied ceiling here. You got a good workshop feel. I like how we can see, you know, who you're painting back here. We see the big bloss, and then we see Mulan here. So yeah, the advice that I have for you is very simple and straightforward. And that would be to add a bit more workshop elements here. So you're working on painting, right? That's what you're doing. So we have our painting table. But a great competitive play this week is, you know, the challenge mentioned some options for us. They said show off sculpted pieces, sew magical outfits, or paint enchanting works like Rapunzel. So they said or. But there's nothing saying you can't feature all of those things in your workshop. If anything, that just shows that you're getting really, really artsy. And it would only take you a couple of seconds to, like, drop in a few extra artful items. So in this example scene, that's why we made this the way we did. So obviously we're painting. So we have the painting table. But we also are sewing magical outfits. We have this glowing spin wheel with the magical thread and these fabrics on the back wall. We have sculptures. So we're showing off sculpted pieces. We're sewing magical items. We're painting enchanting works. And we even brought in music as well, which is another form of art. So you don't even have to limit it just to what the challenge used as examples. And then, you know, we also have, like, the little Fantasia outfit over here on this dummy. And we have the edge of a diorama kind of coming up in the right-hand side. More sculptures in the backdrop. So my recommendation for you, pretty simple. Within your space, you know, rather than highlighting like little flower boxes, which are pretty, I would show off more of a workshop feel. You know, really, really smack the voter across the face with the theme. Really deliver that artist workshop experience. You already are, but you could be getting really artsy because you can have some pottery, you can have sculptures. You don't have a ton of room, which is why this would be very easy and fast. You're only going to be able to add a couple of things, you know. Maybe a little fabric, that Mirabelle fabric shelf right behind you here, because it's not going to block anything important. We won't be able to see most of the fabric shelf, but we will see the fabrics right behind your painting. You know, that we won't be able to see the whole item, but we'll know what's back there. And then you know, you could have like a little pottery jar right here, one of the big clay pots or something. You can have a little statue back here in the right-hand corner. Or you can replace this with, you know, it's kind of painted furniture, so it works, but there's other forms of art you can include here as well. And that's it. You know, angle's really good. You got great lighting. You got the implied ceiling for a snap where, you know, you don't have a lot of time to make changes today, but, you know, I say you don't really need too much here.
Notice me, Senpai. Notice me.
Sunshine!
Wasn't crazy about this theme, but Senpai and this community changed my mind and now I'm enjoying it.
Dude, your snap was so fun. I still have yet to see a single snap like yours, so that's surprising. It's surprising to hear that you didn't, you know, that you weren't vibing with it right away. That happens to me all the time, if I'm being honest. Like, even this theme, I actually wasn't super excited about it at first because it just reminded me a lot of Crafted with Care, because we kind of made like a crafting workspace for that one. So I was like, you know, and a lot of people did painting for Crafted with Care. So I wasn't super into it. But now we got all these beautiful pieces coming in. And then once I started working on it, I actually really enjoyed it. So, you know, I feel like it's just one of those things, you know. You'll get a challenge, you're not really stoked on it, but then when you get into it, you're like, you know what, this is actually awesome. All right. So that is it for primary reviews. Everybody that has submitted a snap has now received their review. We did it, everybody. We did it. Congratulations! You've all received your reviews. Thank you for submitting. But we're not finished. It is now time for secondary reviews. Hooray! So if you're not aware, we like to go above and beyond here on the channel. Not only do we provide you with helpful advice on your dream snaps, and focus on things like theme, lighting, you know, storytelling, the Dreamsnaps meta, all this stuff, you know, what we see in 4K. But after receiving advice, we will take a look at your snap before and after and see how that advice was incorporated. And a big reason we do this is because the advice doesn't always get applied in the way it was kind of being referenced, and sometimes the first snap is still the better option. And the last thing I would want is for somebody to receive advice, make changes, and then have a less competitive snap. So we like to be very thorough here. So for anybody that does participate in the reviews, you always have the option of a secondary review if you get a primary review done on Friday or Monday. So yeah, we are now ready to dive into secondaries. Tier 3's up first. We got Jennifer here. You suggest adding some pink trees to add color and petals for the details. I've also added a few extra details for the storytelling boost. So this was yesterday's. And yeah, we talked about getting some additional blossoms here just to break up some of the wood. And let's see what you did here. Oh, wow. Yeah, very good. The big thing is the wood, you know, same design, same design, same design. It's the same wood beam multiple times. So if we can break that up, we can get some fun detail in here. But you did so good with this. The alchemy shelf here on the left-hand side looks excellent. Miss Spock, thank you, my friend. Miss Spock with the 55 said, putting a 69 on the screen, just doing my duty. I do appreciate that. I do appreciate that. But yeah, these blossoms here in the corner, fantastic. And I love that you added the petals, the falling petals here as well, because they actually help break up some of the wood near the top. They look really good over here on the right-hand side. This is really funny. Mirabella's not looking happy about that painting. Yeah, your final product is a lot stronger. You already had a very solid snap here, so I think you already had a very good chance at 4K with this. But, you know, when a snap is good, That doesn't mean it can't be even more competitive. And that's what you've done. You've taken a strong snap, and you've applied the advice very well here. I love the additional blossom trees out here to help break up some of this green. But yeah, this is a really, really great job here on the difference. I also like that you added some light casting here to break up the shadow. Very good play here. Look at the light, now, and this is how it looked yesterday. See all the shadow. So, yeah, it looks like you added maybe a chandelier off to the side, or either remove something that was casting some shadow. I love that we get the Cappy in there, too, for Flynn's painting. Like, Rapunzel's over here painting the whole castle, this, beautiful masterpiece, and Flynn is like, I did it. I painted the capybara. Yeah, and Lady's really cute here, too. So, yeah, very, very good job here, Jennifer. This is exactly what I was hoping for with the advice provided. I think you just did such a good job. Already had a strong snap. But, man, the new one is just amazing. You're welcome, Jen. Of course, of course. Femme Fatale is up next. First is the OG. I only included your favorite from my top 3. Gotcha. Recommendations were to get the same angle for the avatar, get Rapunzel closer, and keep Mirabelle. The lantern motif layered with the galaxy circular motif for a fuller painting. All right, so we have this one. I think that's yesterday's. Yeah, nice. So we have Mirabelle here. Though the motif I was talking about for your lanterns, I was talking about having it look like a starry night. I think you did a really good job with Rapunzel and Mirabelle, but the circular motif I was talking about is not the 3-dimensional one, not this one. This one doesn't. So the concept was to help you have a starry night backdrop on behind these lanterns. Now it does really look like Mirabelle's working on the fabrics. That's really good, and you got a great shot of Rapunzel. But I think your first motif setup was actually better than this. I'll show you. Oh, I don't have the game open. So I don't know if you have the motif, but when we were going over tips for the challenge, I pulled it out a few times. The motif I'm referring to is not a 3-dimensional circle like the swirling circle you have here. It's a solid circle. It's just a big circle, and it's blue and black with stars. So it's like a light blue that fades into a black, and there's these little stars all over it. Really, it's like a space. It's just like a circle of space, and it looks like a night sky. There's also a wolf shape that kind of does the same thing. There's the head of a wolf, and it's stars and a night sky. But really what I was recommending, since, these floating lanterns are often set up and set off at night, we wouldn't want this motif in front of them. It would be behind them. So you would place the new motif first, which would be a backdrop for this. Really what we're trying to fill in is all the space between the lanterns, so the lanterns stand out more. And I think that could be a really pretty painting for you. So, yeah, I don't know if that motif was Star Path or if you have it, but there are 2 options. There's the one that's the shape of the wolf head that has a moon in it and some stars. And the one I'm talking about it's just a circle, a circle. And then it's black and blue with little stars all inside of it. It's really pretty, but I think it would look really good right here with some of the lanterns over top of it. But this is why we do secondary reviews, because I can see why you'd think I was talking about this one, because it has little sparkles and it's also kind of a circle. But yeah, that's why we do the secondaries. So yeah, great job with Mirabelle and Rapunzel and the rest of the advice, but I think we, I was not very clear about which motif I was referring to. If I had the game open, I could have just showed you. The only reason the game is not open right now is I've been trying to lower my power bill, and my studio gets really, really, really hot whenever I'm running Dreamlight Valley and streaming and doing the snap reviews. So if I don't need to have Dreamlight Valley running, I'm going to try to leave it off. So yeah, I have it off right now. I mean, I could open it up if I had to. Also, what the heck is going on with this? Sorry, 1 second, you guys. Okay. Chewy is next. Hi, Zabai. You made some very good observations on my snap surroundings, making sure my indoor-outdoor setup was full, and suggested a secondary indoor build. First is the original favorite. Second is the same with the changes, and third is the new indoor build. I'm not sure the indoor build lighting is strong enough, so I may revisit if we like that better than the outdoor. Think in advance. All right, Chewy. All right. Yeah, very good job with the lighting changes here. You know, look at how much it helps when we move away from this gray. This is exactly why I try to avoid very pale grays, because they kind of absorb the color out of the area. Just by switching to this main street path, it really makes this explode with color. That also, when you combine it with the sunset lighting, it just came in really nice here. And you have some great colors with the blossoms up near the top here, and you've really filled out the workspace really well. I mean, you already had the workspace filled out pretty good in the first, but now that we can see some extra details down here in the foreground, and I mean, this purple rug stands out so much better on the main street path. The indoor one's also really solid. This is actually really nice. But I do think your indoor-outdoor is probably the more competitive of the two. This one's really good, but you have a better pose here. The avatar seems more joyful, and we get a really good look at your art here. This one, we get a really good look at the art. She's more contemplative, but I think the smile is a bit more fun. And in this one, I think you've done well with the lighting, but we do see a good bit of ceiling here. I try to limit how much ceiling we get in a lot of my snaps. You got some good details on the ceiling, and I think you've actually got pretty good lighting here, but we don't get much lighting on the avatar. You got a lot of lighting on the table, and you got really great lighting over the easel here. Really good shot of Aurora. So for what it's worth, I think this would also be a very, very likely for 4K with how well you detailed and build out the scene. But I think your indoor-outdoor scene here is likely a bit more competitive, because not only does it offer that nice full workshop feel, but you've also got some good depth of field, and your characters are a bit closer. And it just has, I think, a little bit more variety in the environment here. Indoor, I think, can be exceptionally strong this week. But I'd probably move away from, like, the gray ceiling. Maybe go with the same kind of dark wood floor notes we have here. And then you could do things like geometric lights that could, you know, a geometric light right here, a geometric light right here. It would light up that brick and warm that brick up a lot. And then, you know, instead of having the, I think, like, another shelf here, like the alchemy shelf would be really nice behind this statue. So I think there's a lot of opportunity here to make this even stronger, but this probably would get 4K. But I think this is going to be your more competitive of the two. Tazzy. I had to make the changes of making the ceiling different and darker. Changed the lighting and tilting the camera down to get a little less ceiling. I had watched the guide video, but trying to get everyone in position. My game kept wanting to crash with all the villagers in my house and was running out of time to get it submitted. Tried again on the redo, but kept crashing again, so I just left Rapunzel. Realized after uploading my art table, disappeared and went to fix and retake and the game froze, so I got a picture without the motifs on the easels, but will be the same as motifs before. Okay. So here's some advice, Tazzy, when it comes to getting your villagers. If you're playing on Switch, your game's not really going to be able to handle bringing like 1,000 villagers into your house, right? So here's what you do. You hang out with Rapunzel. You bring her in with you because she's the one you really need. And then you use your villager summoning item until you just have a couple of good usable villagers. You know, it doesn't have to be anybody specific. You can make almost anybody work. There's a lot of villagers that work for fashion. Now, yes, it would be ideal to get the exact villagers you want, but you have to be considerate of your hardware limitations. Trying to bring all the villagers inside until you can get exactly who you want on a Switch, you're really just giving yourself a big headache when you could be using whoever shows up for the most part. You know, I would just say use the villager summoning item. I would not summon that many villagers if it's going to cause your game to crash. So bring Rapunzel and then use the villager summoning item 2 or 3 times and look at who you got and say, can I make it work with these villagers? Odds are, actually, it's not even odds. Yes, you can make it work. You can make it work with just about anybody. So yeah, you don't really have to have somebody absolutely specific. You know, maybe for the paw prints here, you'll have Tramp, but you can always have somebody painting something different. You know, you can just switch it up based on who you get. If you get Mirabelle, you can tell a story where there's that goofy Mirabelle painting and she's sad about it and someone's laughing. You know, Mother Gothel maybe, or whoever else you bring. Maybe it's a villain. So, yeah, I just, you know, if you're dealing with the Switch and you're making a Dreamsnap indoors, yeah, you're gonna crash if you just try to summon the exact perfect villagers, you know. Very good fix on the ceiling. This is a big change here. You know, very pale ceiling here. We also have a lot of empty ceiling space here at the top of the scene. And then the back lights are very balanced, but we have one light on the left side, no light here on the right side in the front. Now in the new scene, this darker ceiling balances very well with the walls here. And it looks like you brought your motifs up, so you were able to feature the motifs really well. You have one with a painting table here, and then you have one without the painting table. So I would do the painting table, but I wouldn't have it all the way up here. What I would recommend, Tazzy, is having just the edge of the painting table go into your scene. Just the edge. So this framing is best. Instead of Eve here in the corner, you can always have Eve placed right over here. We'll still see her. We'll still see Sally because Sally's tall, and it would look like Tramp's looking at Eve. And then right here in this corner, you can just show the very corner edge of the painting table. That way you'll see, like, you know, the little paint brushes or the little bowl of paint. Just rotate it to get, you know, whatever corner of the table you want to show and just kind of have it right there in the edge. And if you wanted to, I mean, you could also have Eve, like, right here. If you want her looking at the painting. Like, you could just put Eve right here at the front, and then you have the painting table right here in the corner. But squeezing the whole table here in the front makes the foreground very heavy on the left side and, you know, kind of empty on the right side. And it also, you know, takes up a lot of real estate from Eve. So you can just show, you know, just this corner, like with the paint, and you can just kind of have it right here on the edge. Or you can rotate it to just like show this side, whatever side of it you want. So yeah, this one has the best lighting, the best framing, and overall, you know, fixed a lot of the things we discussed. It has a shot at 4K. Pretty decent shot. Just really depends on what you pop up against. You know, there's a lot of really good snaps out there. On the bright side, though, you chose some great walls. You got a nice ceiling. You got some good ceiling decor. You got a good floor choice. You got a good rug. You're featuring multiple different types of art. So, you know, some good opportunity here. But there are a lot of really good snaps out there. So, just comes down to what you pop up against. Bell B. The first two are the originals. We added the walls. Originally, after discussing the interpretation of the theme by voters, I changed the solid walls to open walls and moved them around a bit in an attempt to show more of the build. I had a difficult time trying to get the colors to look good, but I think that might just be me missing the sky. Can't wait to hear your thoughts. Thank you so much. All right. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Very nice. Very nice. Yeah, in the initial review here, where we had the walls built up, we talked about this beautiful opening here. But with the avatar here, you know, if we were able to shift the opening to the left or right or both, we would get to see that beautiful depth of field as well. I really like the way this one came together. Love the flowers out here on the side, the lanterns, the statues kind of leading up to the artist house. The fact that we can see the little bunny home in the backdrop. Beautiful scene of Mulan here as well. I like Rapunzel's expression too. That's fun. Great angle for the painting table. We kind of get the whole setup here. I also like the little stool here. That's a fun detail. And you were still able to get some fabrics in there too, which is really nice. So you have the sewing, you have the sculpting, and you have the painting. That's really cool. Yeah, you managed to get pretty much everything in there. And no, I think the colors are fine. I mean, you're not getting a ton of light on your top glass here, which is good because the stained glass is really pretty when it's not like turning white from the sun catching it directly. And I do really like the magnolias kind of coming into the room here on both sides. And the floor of your studio is really nice using this rug. That's really cool. You got some great light here too. Yeah, I think this one's definitely the king. I think this one is highly competitive. Very, very likely for 4K. Unless you just have horrible luck. Because I feel like in order for this to not get 4K, you'd have to pop up against some crazy good snaps. Or snaps that are equally beautiful that do something super unique. Like some kind of super unique storytelling with either villagers or the avatar. But yeah, very solid. This is such a beautiful scene. All right, moving on to tier 2s here. Black Knight's up first. First pick to be the original with the walls added. Second two picks are the new ones. Talked about a bigger opening. Struggle getting the beams to work because the angle I built on. Yeah, it's really annoying to get beams to work if you're on a diagonal. They likely won't work. I'm not sure the way I set it up adds anything because you can't see much the outside from the left. The only difference is the motifs on the canvas and the companion. I do really like the one with the kitty, but I would love to hear which of these you think is the most competitive or if you have any final suggestions. Well, I love the addition of the blossoms here and of the leaves here. Have you considered trying this with the vignette border off? It's on by default. So, like, anytime you take a snap, the vignette border is always on. So like in bells, you can see that we have the vignette border off here. So the corners are very bright. It just keeps that same lighting throughout the whole scene. Or it could be that she's hanging lights there as well. So one thing you could do is outside of your scene here where we can't see it, you could hide or just hang a chandelier of the deep, and we can get some great warm light hitting the fabrics back here and hitting these blossom vines you've created. I love the little tropical plant leaves up here at the top. That's a super fun touch. And yeah, out of your current snaps, I would definitely go with the one with the kitty cat here. The framing on the cat is really good. The painting here I think is really nice with the wave, the ship, and the aerial motif. This came together really nicely. And you have the cute little Stitch scene with the rainbow. Yeah, very solid here, Black Knight. Very solid. Great pose on the avatar. Great showcase of your work. Very solid workshop. You don't really have to worry too much about the lighting up here. You know, that's just a small thing. It's only going to matter if you pop up against a snap that's equally competitive, like a really, you know, anything that's like really strong and really beautiful that has that strong lighting kind of throughout the whole snap. That's where it would be a problem. But there's not a lot of snaps like that out there. So I don't want you to feel like you got to set all this up again just to get a little bit of extra light in these corners. I think you'll be pretty safe with what you got here. But hanging a chandelier of the deep out here on the left, one out here on the right, and possibly even one right at the front of your scene. I wouldn't put it too close to this table because it'll make the table super white. But a few paces back, you'll get some great light here, even on this little mug that holds the flowers. Or this little, like, whatever that is. Could be some great warm light here at the front. Model newbie. May less busy, which hopefully takes away from the toy feel. Still have a couple, but hoping it comes across as more completed. Pile of shame vibes. Added more paint kind of items. Coming back and looking at it during the stream, I definitely need to adjust the lighting and or wallpaper on the new one. Didn't see it earlier. Okay. So we have this one from yesterday, which I think the idea has a lot of potential. What Model Newbie was going for here was painting minifigs. And by the way, guys, just want to remind you of a rule. When you submit your snap to review, you cannot tell me what it is you're trying to do. You should not tell me that. And here's why. You will not be able to tell voters. And if I can't figure it out on my own, then you know your voters might not be able to. Luckily for you, in your case, Model Newbie, I'm pretty sure I could have figured out your idea was involving figures, you know, because you have all the scramble coin pieces. So that kind of comes through. Only downside is if, you know, as we mentioned for your original, if your artist workshop involves painting minis, well, one of the defining factors of the artist workshop is that it's going to have the tools of your trade. You know, you're going to have your paints. So like the paint tables and stuff, you know, lots of good painting items you can use there. Different shelves. Yeah, see, this has a much better workshop feel. You have like all of these jars here, which can be symbolic of all your paints. You know, this alchemy shelf looks like a lot of paints here. You have the painting table. You have a couple of figurines like set up here. And then you have some that are painted, like the Ralph one, the Mushu. So you have some that you finished. Now it looks like you have lights here. But my guess, because you don't really have any light casting hitting your walls, the reason is these orb lights, they will not cast light until it's after 6 p.m. your time. Changing your time of day offset will not impact that. The other thing I would caution on is when you do an indoor snap, just be aware that most, not all of them, but most of the snaps in 4K feature a lot more of the room. But this is a solid build for a corner room. And you got one more for me. Now this one's fun. We have some items on display here. But you do have Gaston, or I mean, sorry, you do have Kristoff kind of clipping into the table here. And this does highlight the teaching vibes. You know, like you're kind of helping others paint their minis, and I love that everybody has their own figurine to paint. This is really good storytelling. My biggest recommendation on this one would be your angle. Like how you frame the shot. Look at how empty the foreground is here. That's really risky. What do we always say, Model Newbie? What do we always want to fill out? Our bottom corners, right? Talk about that. Every stream we see, or every snap we see that has nothing in those bottom corners, we always address that. So if we look at this eco-friendly fun snap, bottom right corner, compost bin. Bottom left corner, tulips. And we'll even have little items in the middle foreground as well. But this helps frame your shot. You know, and you can even add stuff to the top corners too for your foreground, but you don't have to. The bottom corners are really important though. We look at this one, bottom corner, Celebration Day basket and fireworks. Right corner, same thing. So, I like the build so far. Crud, didn't see the clipping. I have a 65-inch TV. How did I not see that? Well, that's what I'm here for, you know. I'm gonna take a very close look for you. He does kind of blend in. That's probably why you didn't catch it. You see how he has like the same brown kind of texture and color on his outfit as the table? So when you zoom out, it's not that noticeable. You kind of have to be looking for it to catch it. So I think a lot of voters might not even see it, but it could be more competitive if we were able to get him like, you know, seated on a chair, kind of scooted somewhere. So as far as the angle, let me see if I can find kind of a good example for what I'm talking about here for what you've set up. Well, I know you're indoor and this is outdoor. But something like this, thank you, Dakai, thank you. Dakai also coming in with 100 bits. Thank you, Mono Newbie. Thank you, Dakai. Much appreciated, you guys. Less than 1,300 bits away from the goal. Very nice, very nice. So the standard portrait mode angle, where you're still kind of close to the avatar, and you could be kind of looking out, you know, among these students that you're helping learn how to paint the minis. You would want to tilt the camera angle down just a hair so you don't get a bunch of the ceiling. And you know, I could always just use examples from my old snaps, you know. But an angle kind of like this, right? Now I know I'm in the corner, but just imagine this, but we're at the front of the room like you are. This is in the third camera mode. So basically I just backed up and your avatar could be here. And then we could see the villagers kind of spread out and we'll just see a tiny glimpse of the ceiling. And, you know, a little further away in this one. This was before the meta of pushing the camera up. But this kind of shows, you know, for your foreground, like what you could do. You could have painting tables. So let me go back to your snap here. So since you guys are painting these minis, and that's what we're currently working on. You already have a lot of the painting tables here. But what if we highlighted some of the complete works? Like, you can still keep all of these back here, but what if you had a little table here with a couple of the items, and then another painting table right here next to the easel, maybe a couple of scramble coin pieces right here. But yeah, a few tables with a little bit, with a bit more, you know, we just don't want to leave all of this bottom space here empty. Now, alternatively, you could just zoom in a bit. If you're in the third camera mode, you can take Belle, you can move her back a little bit, and then you can just zoom in like this. Like, here, let me save this, and then I'll show you exactly what I mean. I have to save it to do this, though. So imagine if instead of this being your photo, imagine it was more like that, where we see the villagers really well. We see the villagers really well. We see the avatar. Now, I wouldn't do exactly like that. I would try to get the camera a little bit flatter. But also, you know, you always, always, always want to avoid the void itself. So we can see the void in your bottom left-hand corner. But you haven't really added anything to these bottom sides at all, so you don't even need to show them. So what I would do is I would straighten up the angle, you know, get it straight with the room. You want the same amount of wall on both sides for this type of scene. And then you would just go into free mode and zoom in a bit. And when you find the right angle, all you would need to do from there is add some elements into your foreground. Just don't keep this bottom space here empty. And then I think you'll actually be in a pretty good space. Now, if there's any kind of door you can use besides the default one, there's a lot of cool doors in the game. I wouldn't choose something that feels out of place or random, but maybe something that feels like it's part of this room. But I would try to use something other than the simple door. And yeah, if we did zoom in a bit, you know, we have like a lot of empty space up here too. So if we were able to capture the scene more like this, and you could be facing them or you could be facing us, or you could be at the front working on painting your own mini. Like, you could do this as a standard portrait mode shot like a lot of people are doing. And you could have your own mini on a table. You could have your own painting desk. And then we can have all the other painters behind you. Like, you know, do we really need these two looking at books over here? Do we really need Belle? And if the answer is no, we can focus more on the core of this workshop, which would be like all of this. But yeah, definitely an improvement from yesterday. I think you're going in the right direction, but there's several things you can do here to make it more competitive, and I think the biggest thing would be angling and foreground. Those would be my two big focuses. Wishing Stardust, happy Tuesday. Thank you for the review and all the help. I'm much happier with this one now. Suggestions were mostly to bring the diorama to face the camera a little bit and really feature the moment, and to continue the wallpaper on the side of the wall. Originals first, new or after. So this is the original. A very fun concept here. So she's working on this diorama. We have Stitch on the socks, and then we have Stitch with the socks. This is such a good feature that we just want to make it a bit more prominent if possible. Oh, yeah, dude. Perfect. That's awesome. So this one definitely has the best lighting. It looks like in this one, there's whatever's casting the light on you in this one, it doesn't seem to be there for this one. So you're a little darker, the diorama's a little darker, but in this one we get some great light on you, great light on the diorama. And you can also, if you want, you could try it without the vignette border. That would kind of brighten the corners. Just see how you feel about that if you want to give it a try. But I think this is definitely the strongest one of the three so far. A very, very cool scene. But I love how you're actually working on the diorama here, and you're covered in paint. We can see that you're making this Stitch scene Olaf's very excited about it. I love that you paired everybody with their little art pieces. Yeah, really good job here, Wishing Stardust. Really good job. Super cool play. Gamer Mom said, hopefully this snap is better. I chose more colorful wallpaper, added more lighting, expanded the view of the room, and changed the direction I'm going in. I also added different villagers. First pick is the original, second is the new. Yes, the main thing we talked about here was that we want to be careful that it doesn't come off too much like a gallery. With the challenge wanting us to create an artist workshop, and since they want us getting artsy, making sure it's clear to the voter that we ourselves are getting artsy and that we're in a workshop is going to be a great way to see competitive performance. We also want to avoid the pale colors. You know, if we look at the other snaps out there, like the one we were just looking at from Wishing Stardust, you know, a lot of these snaps have great light and great color, and it's really hard to match up against them when you have a paler snap. So I'm already liking what I'm seeing from this new one. So great direction here, but I do have some additional advice. You see how you're casting light into this corner? You see this beautiful light back here? And you have this beautiful light back here? Why don't we do that here too? You don't just want to focus on casting light in the back of your build. Look at how dark the avatar is. Look at how dark your easel is. Look at how dark the painting table is. Look at how dark these pots are. If you took another light and put it right here at the front of your scene, or you put one here on the left, one here on the right, and by the way, I am not saying to hang the light into the scene. We don't need to see the light. We don't need the light visible. We just need the light it produces to be visible. So I would find a small light, and I would put maybe one right here towards the left and one right here towards the right, like right up against the wall that you're in front of. If you put a couple of lights there, you're going to have really strong lighting at the front of this scene. But that's a big key about going indoors, Gamer Mom, is, you know, you get really, really good control over lighting. And you have great light casting back here. But you want to be strategic about it. You know, you don't just want to include some warm pockets of light. We also want to make sure the avatar's well lit. We want to make sure this painting table is well lit. Lighting is key in Dream Snaps. Also, for this painting here, is there any way, because you're kind of hiding a really important villager with Rapunzel, is there any way we can turn around this easel, or is this actually her painting? Is this her doing her animation? If it is, don't settle for that. Don't settle for her doing the animation the wrong way. Rather than settling for her doing the animation like this, it would be better for you to not even have the animation at all. Instead, you can place your own extra easel, and you can put a motif on it, or leave it blank and have her in front of it. That would be better than us hiding Rapunzel and just seeing the back of an easel. So I would definitely adjust Rapunzel's action here. And then if you did turn this easel around and you swapped Rapunzel and the easel, like let's say we put the easel where Rapunzel is and we put Rapunzel in this spot. Now you can take Flynn and you can bring him down to where he's kind of behind Rapunzel doing the same pose, like, wow, look at what you made, right? Now you have a really good storytelling opportunity. So final thoughts here. You did good with the lighting in the back. Let's get some lighting at the front as well. You know, for lighting up an indoor scene, it's not just about the backdrop. It's also about the front of the scene. Let's fix this whole interaction with Rapunzel and Flynn and this easel. And lastly, we see a good bit of ceiling here. There's two things I have for you. First off, you see how we get more ceiling on the left than we do on the right? That's because we have this descending line. So the ceiling slowly gets bigger as we go to the left side. If you turn your camera angle just a little bit more right, you can have your line straight. What you want to do, look at this line here at the base of your scene. You see this red line? You want to line this up with your camera. right? So you want this line to be flat instead of descending. Try to get a straight angle of this scene. So if you turn the camera just a little bit more, you'll have an even amount of ceiling on both sides, and we'll see an even amount of wall on both sides. So on this side, we see a lot more wall and a lot more ceiling. On this side, we see a lot less wall and a lot less ceiling. But if you turn your camera a little bit, you can have it very, very even. And one thing that is very common in the 4K range is balance. So lighting, balance, storytelling, all of that is very, very important. Sorry, guys. Keep clearing my throat. But yeah, that's it. Last other little bit of advice, aside from some lights to light up the front of your scene. You have a lot of potential here since you are showing so much ceiling. You did add these hanging lanterns, which are cute. But do you have any vines? Any fun vines we can add, just to green it up, make it really pretty? Since we are going to be showing the ceiling, I would recommend decorating the ceiling a bit. Hang on one second. Oh, okay. I think that fixed it. JMR said, wow, it's funny what a couple of tiny changes can do. I like this new one much better. I hope you do too. I changed the ceiling to a darker color. I added the statue to the left side. I scooted Alice back a little, filled up the gap. And it wasn't recommended, but different characters summoned this time. So I added Mirabelle by the spinning wheel. Sally working on the sewing. Hemi giggling. Tramp is excited to be there. All right. Yeah, very nice. Very nice. These are only tiny details, but yeah, it makes such a big difference, We don't have the white ceiling anymore. Now we have a dark ceiling backdrop, which is just helping these colors come through at the top. Adding this small detail of the sculpture, since we just had an opening, we just have a great spot for something right here. Just a great spot. And now we got a nice little sculpture back here dancing in front of the painted window. You already had a strong snap here. This was already very solid. But in the new one, I think you got an even better shot of Rapunzel's portrait here. And your rainbow is a bit more balanced. Whoops. And you got some added details. Yeah, very solid job here. Looking really good, JMR. No further advice for you. Bella, he said, I had a lot of fixing to do on my snap this week. I ran out of time to go indoors, but if you think the redos are still not good enough, I can try tonight. Main issues were lighting, white floor. I wasn't engaged with any art and was just generally darker on the picture. On last picture, I added the casita floor. Okay. So yeah, we have some fun features here with like the art that's going on, but most of the indoor-outdoor builds are doing an implied ceiling, which means the walls just come up to the top of the camera. The difficulty is if you're doing outdoor-indoor, if you add your own ceiling, you can't hang lights on the ceiling. Unless you could bring in the chandelier, the deep, you just need tables for that. So it requires a lot of adjustment. So here we go. Now we have the lights in here. We have the chandeliers, so we're adding some good light to these pockets. This definitely brightens it up a lot. And now we have you interacting with art here as well. I like that you chose to paint Hercules since he's back here with the sculpture as well. It would be nice to get a little bit of light in this section as well. So, and with you posing here, we likely won't see what you put the light on. If you wanted to try that. So it'll just look like a light hanging here. I would try to get it right in the middle if possible. And if you have the Icy River kit, you could use a little piece of the Icy River kit right here. And then you can just have the light. Actually, it might not be high enough on the River kit. Never mind. I would use the same tables you're using here because it comes right up to the ceiling. But yeah, if there's any way you can get a light here too, I would try. But this helps a lot because, as you know, lighting is very, very important. So this is a huge difference. And not only do we have much better lighting here, but you also got a really good feature of, your art here. like showcasing what you're working on. And then it looks like you had one where you brought the walls up. Okay, okay. Still, we're not getting the implied ceiling because we can still see over the wall. You got to be able to catch stuff like that, Bella. Even if it's a tiny sliver of blue, you should be looking for it. You don't need me to tell you that we can see over your wall. You can definitely see that yourself. You just got to look closely. This one, we don't see over the wall here, but we do see over it here. So this is more or less just a camera angle issue. You just need to tilt your camera down ever so slightly. Just the tiniest bit. And then you'll have that sealed off wall. I do think this is probably the strongest out of the three. This one right here. Because this floor, I'll be honest, does not look too good. The main street path by itself plus rugs would look a lot better. This thick wood floor, you see how like their feet clip into it, everybody's feet clips into it. On top of that, it just doesn't look... This floor was made to go like on dirt. You know, it's supposed to be like a wood pathway. It's not really like an interior floor. It is far too uneven. You see how like it dips down here? Like the wood is like bending. People would be stumbling all over themselves, dropping paint buckets. You know, that's why you don't really see people using this. People are making paths out of it, but they're not really making building areas out of it. That's why I think this is your best bet, because this gold light actually hides that uneven wood. I think if you would have just gone with the main street path like we suggested, it would have looked a lot better. You know, the main street, look at the great color there. You know, just the main street would have been way better than the wood pieces. That's why we recommended it. And then if you want to add rugs on top of the main street path, then you can have even more details. But the main street path, villagers' feet aren't going to clip into it. It's not uneven. It looks like a workshop floor. You know, that's going to be super helpful. Now, another thing here, you're really, really, really bright. Are you boosting your character lighting? You have sunlight hitting you directly. So, oh God. Yo, Fim, thank you, my friend. Fim coming in
Appreciate
with the
you very much.
generous dono. Thank you, thank you. And I appreciate you back, Fim. We are less than 300 bits away from goal. Let's go. 57.69. Nice. On the board. Thank you, Fim. Thank you. Not just for that dono, but for all the love you show this channel. I do appreciate it, my friend. I do appreciate it. Big goal number 235 getting rocked out here today. Now, luckily for you, if you don't have time for adjustments, what I would do is I would just go with this one. I would just roll with this one. We can see over your wall a little, right? But it's not super noticeable. Just keep in mind, you know, for the whole implied ceiling, that the whole purpose, you know, the way to make an implied ceiling is to make it to where we can't... Oh, thank you, guys. Let's go. Another new record. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Oh, and we got a hype train. Very nice. Very nice. Big goal number 235 is on the books. Another world record here for most consecutive goals on this channel, that is. I'm sure there's other streamers that got me beat on that. But, man, I can't believe we've hit that many goals now.
I'll fix the sky. I think I was just overtired.
Well, don't worry about it too much. So, I'm just bringing up why, you know, what you want to aim for when you do indoor-outdoor. Like, I could be even further away than this. I could have the walls further back. But with this, you know, we have a lot of wiggle room, so I can kind of turn the camera, and we still won't see the sky there. With this one, it's very minimal. So if you did roll with it, I don't think it's going to be super noticeable. And there's a lot of snaps out there where they do indoor-outdoor builds, and they don't have a ceiling at all. So a lot of people just leave the ceiling off. But what's most common in 4K with the indoor-outdoor builds, like the ones you're going to see the most of, are the ones that have the implied ceiling, kind of like this build here. Or the ones that can make ceilings in really clever ways, kind of like you did in your other redo. But I do think this one's your strongest because you have a great painting here. You have a great feature of Hercules. And we don't have the very high lighting. So I like, in this one, I don't think you're going crazy with the character lighting. Just always remember, if you're on the sunset time of day and you have that great lighting coming in, you don't need the character lighting. You get really good natural light here. So you could probably submit this right now and be pretty safe this week. If you have already done enough and you're like, I don't want to work on this anymore. Like, this is pretty good. This is, you know, I think fairly reasonable chance for 4K. Depends on what it's up against. There's a lot of indoor-outdoor builds that also have, like, a gateway with some depth of field. And there's also one thing we've talked about a lot is there's ways to kind of break up your walls to get extra details on them. You know, kind of like what we see here where we have the same wall as you, but we have tall items kind of breaking apart how much of that glass you see. And then we have, like, the blossoms, then we have pillars, then we have wood beams. So we're trying to really texturize this wall. That's the tricky thing is if you go indoors, it's super easy to texturize your walls because you can actually use wall decor. You cannot use wall decor outside. So you kind of got to get really creative with how to texturize your walls in an outdoor build. But it is a good way to be very competitive, and it's a great way to impress your voters. So if you do end up doing anything else with this tonight or messing around with it at all, I have a few minor recommendations. First off, I would definitely keep the gold here because it hides the uneven wood. If you end up not keeping the gold, I would just go with Main Street Path across the entire studio and add a couple of beautiful rugs to it. But the floor is pretty much good to go if you just keep this on it because, like, the gold glow hides the uneven wood. And it makes the whole floor feel a bit more uniform. If you do come back to this, just, you know, slightly adjust your camera angle so we can have that implied ceiling. And then if you could clip blossom branches through some of these spots, you can actually make it look like pink vines are growing inside. There's some tall items. Like if you take this, you know, you can use whatever I'm using in the example scenes. You know, don't feel like you're stealing it from me. But if you take this Wish Blossom Ranch lamppost, it's got this little basket of flowers. It's got painted tulips on it. Like, this whole thing is painted. It's got paint on the sides, paint on... That's why I used it. Not only does it break apart how much of that glass we see, but it's got a pretty little flower basket. It's got paintings. You know, it just fits really well into an artist workshop. So for a spot like, you know, right here where you have all this light glare, like over here, look at these deep greens. This looks good, right? This looks really pretty. But now look over here. Ow, my eyes. I need sunglasses, right? Because the sun is reflecting right here. So right in this spot, you could just add one of those Wish Blossom lanterns. Now you're breaking up some of this very, very bright reflective light, and you've got even more detail on this back wall. And again, you can also clip a few of those blossom branches through if you wanted to, just to make it look like pink vines growing inside of your gallery or your studio. Now, the last recommendation I have, love the pose. I think this is really strong. But I would get away from the very pale pink lip. It's like, it's very hard to notice. It makes your lips look paler than normal. I think with like certain outfit options and certain hair options, it could work. But I would go with like some kind of dark color to match your sweater and to stand out from the white we have here. So you could do a very dark red. You could do a dark brown. Both of those options I think would go really well, and they would pair nicely with the vibrant green eyes. And then for your eyeshadow, I would go with maybe something that matches, you know, you could do the same thing. Dark brown for the eyeshadow as well, or you can go with something that matches the headpiece. Breezy took your advice, added some details to the background. After literal hours of trying to get Rapunzel in the right spot, she ended up blocking my doorway, but I didn't care. She was in the perfect spot. I decided to remove my avatar from the revision, and I'm happy with this one. Let me know your thoughts. First one is the original. Second one is the new snap. So original here. Ooh, I really do like Rapunzel right at the front here. That is super pretty. And, you know, she might be blocking your doorway, but what's cool is we can still see a statue, like, perfectly, and some painted lampposts. I love that you still kept the Stitch and Mirabelle interaction, and you have so many blossom branches coming in here. That's really pretty, you know. Again, these just look like vines growing inside of your studio here. Beautiful. Both options are really good. But with this one being a bit closer up to the walls, I mean, we saw a lot of empty wall space here. You know, as we said, the tricky thing with indoor-outdoor builds is you don't get wall decor. So how do you spice up the top of your photo? How do you spice up your walls? And you did an exceptional job with that here. The wood beams along the doorway, the magnolias, and then the extra shade we have on this side, it really gives a lot of texture to your backdrop. Also, these taller shelves, you know, you're doing a really good job, like, allowing us to see this pretty stained glass, but unlike in this photo, it's not like all we see across the top of the scene. So we get the same beauty and the same benefits that we got in this one, but we get a lot more. And I honestly think hiding the avatar and featuring Rapunzel is probably better than featuring the avatar with so much real estate, but not showing her actively making something. So I think this is really good. I think this will perform very well. I would recommend. There are a couple of minor recommendations I would have for you here, but I'm just going to skip out on them because I don't think you should try to recapture Rapunzel, or you're probably not going to get a better shot of her. Well done. Willow, thanks for all the amazing help. Let me know if any of the changes needed to keep me 4K and be more competitive. First is the original. I also made a new indoor build. I really like all of them, so now I have no idea what to choose. You suggested have trees showing up. Don't have trees showing up over the walls. Clip branches through walls. If I have an implied ceiling, make sure the motifs are inside the canvas. Remove the broom companion. Okay, so this was the original. Ooh, very nice. Just be careful with where you lean. I don't think it'll make that big of a difference. But a lot of people are putting their elbow kind of on this little wood piece, but then you won't get the whole canvas. So if you want to do it like this, you can. But it does look like you're kind of leaning on air. But I think it'll be all right. Because at least you're close enough to the easel, you know. This is great. This is great. This is looking good. Yeah, I'd say this is a lot stronger here. I also really like the angle in this one, how we get to see into this open gateway. And you got such a good shot of the Shiba Inu here. You got such a good shot of Rapunzel. We have the fabrics. We have the sculptures. And I love that we can see who you're painting. Really good storytelling going on here. I also like the magnolias coming through the walls. It looks really nice. Now, the indoor one is good as well. This is actually really pretty. Same issue with the lean, though. Let me show you what I mean. Again, don't worry about it this week. But if you tilt your camera angle up just a little bit, like if you look up, it'll make it so the avatar's arm is actually resting on this wood right here. That's how a lot of people are using this pose competitively with the easel. That way it actually looks like you are leaning on something. But yeah, don't worry about that too much. And then if you do an indoor scene, I would definitely advise trying to get a straight shot of the room. So you want your camera to be more, you don't want a descending line, right? You see this descending line here? So we get a lot more wall on the right, we get a lot more ceiling on the right, and a lot less of those elements on the left. So you want to get your angle straight and then build your background. Because if you turn your angle, you're going to block some of these features. So we're not going to worry about that too much because you're probably not going to use this one. Probably going to use the other one because it is stronger. But my advice for an indoor build would be to make sure you have it as balanced as possible. Same amount, you know, either capture a corner or capture as far as a corner build goes, it would be like my Cozy Holiday Cheer submission, right? This is what I mean by capturing a corner. We're in one corner with the camera facing another corner, and we have the same amount of wall on each side. For my other indoors, the ones that are straight, it's about balance. So there's a straight line at the top of the ceiling that we can't see because I tilted the camera down. We get the same exact amount of wall on each side. So perfectly balanced here. And as I mentioned, I've never had an indoor snap get less than 4K, but I always tend to make them very balanced, and I think that's part of the reason, well, very balanced, there's a lot of light casting. I think that's part of the reason why they tend to perform very well. So if you try your hand at another indoor build, I would just keep those elements in line. This is very strong, though. This could definitely get 4K. But I think your most competitive option is definitely going to be this one. Really good features here. Great shot of the Shiba. We do have some really bright light right here, but I don't think there's much you're going to be able to do about that. And I think the scene under it and the magnolias on the sides are enough to make up for that for sure. Bethany is next. Hello, Semi. Your advice was to work on the lighting on my inside snap. Or if I went with that, with what I know best, make sure my outdoor/inside build doesn't have the tree line. I updated my inside snap as I really want to enhance my skills that you showed me. I want to know if I should go with the inside or outside. I really like my inside, though. All right, so this was yesterday's. Already a strong photo. We were just talking about the strength of an implied ceiling. Now, in this one, we can still see over it a good bit, but it is a lot less, which is nice. And the indoor here. Well, I definitely think you did a good job with the lighting on the indoor, but I do have some recommendations. I would not be using these giant chandeliers. These are really big, and they put these big light orbs around. They do cast nice light, but there's way better, smaller options that we're going to be able to see around, and that'll tie into the environment a little bit better. With these being like giant octopus lamps, they're very, marine-esque. So if it's after 6 p.m. your time, there's like a ridiculous amount of lights you can use that cast light. Like the little hanging Mickey lights. I do love that you have the wall sconces here. Now, these ones I brought up in my lighting tips video because they cast light regardless of time of day. So these ones will cast light anytime. But they are very big and they don't always look the best. And in this case, we don't have the best balance here, right? Like, we have one light kind of going out of the frame on the right. Then we have one light kind of in the middle, but then another light that's like really close to that light. You see this kind of awkward spacing between the lights. So I think it would be better to have like small fun lights that can cast light the same way. So the little Mickey lights or numerous lights. What you'll want to do is you'll want to, open your game after 6 p.m., go into this room and just go to ceiling and try a bunch of lights. Find something that's not as invasive. Find something small that's still going to cast light. You'll know right away if it's casting or not, because it'll just get dark if it doesn't. And then also maybe hanging... you do have great light here in the foreground. I think you chose a great wall, great floor. And if you didn't have these giant chandeliers here, you could also probably have a little bit of space open for vines, some nice greenery near the top. But yeah, you're highlighting your art well here. So you could definitely go with your indoor if you want to. I would just highly recommend choosing smaller lights, but still going for the high level of light casting. But if you don't have time for adjustments, this one might be the better pick based on just what we have here and just what we have here. But I think this one has more potential. I think this one's going to feel warmer. I think it's a very filled out studio. It's got like the paint windows and like the Van Gogh fireplace painting and these great wall sconces. You've got all of these great items in here. But the other thing, that we mentioned was that balance, right? We don't want a descending line. So we see more ceiling on this side than we do on this side. It's all about how you angle your camera. So as discussed, when you take an indoor shot, trying to have like an equal amount of wall on each side. And, the big key to that is just getting your line straight. You see this line here at the base? You see how this line goes straight across the photo? So I just line, either the line of the ceiling or the lines on the floor or on rugs. So you can just try to line up the bottom of your camera angle with that and stand in the middle, and you'll get like perfect balance on each side. Now with where you are, you're not quite in the middle of the room, which is fine. So if you do balance your shot, you'll probably just see less of this wall if you do get these lines straight. Or you can use group select, and you can kind of scoot everything over a little bit if you wanted. That's also an option. But yeah, I think this has a lot of potential. I think you did really good for the indoor build here. And it's great to see you trying your hand at indoor lighting. There's a lot of potential there. I'm not surprised you like it. I'm not surprised you want to go with it, because once you start playing with an indoor scene and you really start to see just how beautiful those light casting elements can be, it just feels like you're using something you've been missing. Because we used to have that. We used to have the Vitalis lanterns and the hanging lanterns outside, but they took it away. So now when you want to play with light casting, it just makes indoor very viable. Dree changed the outdoor to more indoor. Okay, very beautiful scene here from Dree yesterday. Very high beauty factor. Main thing we talked about was the competitive nature of really making sure you feature a workshop. If you get the right voters, it won't matter. But if you get, people that are looking for that artist workshop, it could be trickier for something like this to work. I think this would win even against artist workshops because of the beauty factor. But the threat factor for this would be, what if it pops up against an equally beautiful shot that's on the same level as it is, but it also features like a workshop feel? That would be the risk. So now we have a new one here. I love that we can still see all these beautiful details in the background. Really great shot for Tinkerbell here. Wonderful scene for the avatar. I love how Tinkerbell is like really thrilled with the painting. Everybody looks like they're having a great time here. Really nice light casting here. Or, well, the light haze. Not really light casting, but, we got the nice like silhouette over here behind the bookshelf. Great shot of Rapunzel here as well. Great feature of the paints and the tools. Nice Main Street pathing for the inside. Pairs really nicely with the wood notes. Yeah, very solid, very solid. I think you'll be really safe with this. It looks great. Could be cool to get some kind of like upper left foreground. Since we see the stained glass go across the whole top, it might look cool to get like some cherry blossom branches here. Not the magnolias because they're like pale, but the dark pink blossom branches. As long as it didn't cause any unnecessary shadow on your scene. But like a little blossom branch kind of cresting up on this right-hand side could be really cool. Beautiful work. You don't really need that blossom branch though. That's just like a tiny addition. All right, moving on to tier 1s here. Got the tier 2 and tier 3 out of the way. Ginger Snap is up first. Changed the outfit. Anna Wall's going to come and got Rapunzel to do her animation. Thank you for the review and feedback. All right, first and... Oh, good. Yeah, you got a great animation here for Rapunzel. Fantastic, fantastic. So, I like the walls, but with the... Well, I mean, I guess it could be a building without a floor, I mean, it is an artist workshop. Though I will say from most of what I've seen with a lot of the artist workshops is, they really have that workshop feel. It really feels like a workspace because, everybody's kind of including these foundations. They feel very professional. But you can probably get away with it. You might be okay. I think it just depends on what you pop up against, honestly. I think that's going to be the deciding factor. Leaving it unpaved. Because, like, now we have the walls, but it still doesn't feel quite like a room or building. Because we have, like, the grass and, the garden stones and the flower petals. But the backdrop is beautiful. And adding the walls, at the very least, does enclose the space, which I think really helps with the workshop feel. Though there are ways to make it even more workshop-esque, which would be to, you have an opportunity here to highlight multiple different types of art. This is what you see a lot of really strong players doing, like I Am Mushu, Beyblade, Sunshine, Mama Dukes. All of these players, like, that are very, very consistent and have been for a super long time, most of them are not just focusing on one type of art. They're making this artist workshop that has, like, multiple different types of art. Like, it's got the sewing, it's got the sculpting, it's got the painting. Some of them even have music. Some of them have photography. There's other items you can put in your workshop that give it... What gives this a workshop feel is we have all of these different paints on the shelf back here. We have these rolls of paper here. We have all these fabrics here. We have the spin wheel here, which is a tool. That's a trade tool. We have pencils down here. We have these other sculptures that we've completed here. Little painted lantern here. We have all of our paint brushes. We have paints here. And then we have like dioramas that we finished. So there's a lot of tools, a lot of resources, which gives it a really good workshop feel. So if you were to do anything else with this, I think the walls are great. I think this is a good shot at 4K. It could do just fine. Odds are it will. I mean, most snaps are like random selfies. And again, the advice is more of a life jacket. It's an insurance policy. What happens if you pop up against a lot of really good workshops? Well, you can end up missing out on 4K if that happens, which is not likely, but it does happen that you'll pop up against a lot of good snaps. So odds are you're going to be safe. But if you want to be extra careful, I don't think it would be a bad idea to get away from the indoor nature elements and kind of embrace the workshop elements. But yeah, overall, it is stronger. It is more competitive. Lunaris. Hi, Zebby. Thank you so much for the kind words about my snap. Your only suggestion was to take a look at the lighting video. Indoor lighting tips to warm up the background a bit. I didn't have the sconce you mentioned, but I did have some of the chandeliers. And it definitely helped a lot. Let me know what you think. Okay, we have yesterday's here. Oh, nice. Yes, dude. That's exactly what I was talking about. You nailed it. Well done, Lunaris. This is exactly what I mean when I talk about indoor lighting. Just how impactful a few lights can be. So, like, look at the wood grain here, right? Very pretty snap. Even without the light casting, this would probably get 4K. But now look at it. It's the same scene it was before, but now we have these beautiful warm notes along this back wall. And all it took was a couple of fun lights to get that nice indoor light casting. Also on your new shot, you got her painting angled a little bit more towards us so we can actually see it. So that's really nice. That worked out really well. I like the window being added in here on the right-hand side too. Yeah, very, very solid job here. Like I mentioned, this was already such a good snap. But now that you got this great warm light in here, fantastic, fantastic. Little Jim changes walls and ceilings, less white. Move the scene around a bit, trying different pose. Hope it looks like I'm thinking. Okay. So yeah, we wanted to get away from the white ceiling, white walls, pale floor. Because, you're going to see a lot of the stuff you're going to see in 4K. They're playing up these rich, warm notes. There's going to be white, like on the painting table and on the easels and on Rapunzel's item. That's fine. But I would avoid an abundance of white, like walls, floors, or pale colors in general. So we've gone from this to this. Okay, very nice, very nice. So I really like the change up here. I think this is looking a lot better. I think this will be a lot safer. Now, I do think there's some light elements you can use. Now, after 6 p.m., this will cast light. This will cast light. So these ones you're using, these will actually cast light regardless of time of day. but they do hang down a lot, and each candle has its own little yellow haze, so it creates like this pocket of haze each time you use these big chandeliers. So maybe smaller lights would be nice here. And the other thing I would consider would be to tilt your camera down just a little bit. Show a little less ceiling. Take your vines and move them further inward, to add some good greenery. Like, you can also take the vine clusters. There's like kind of a boxy vine that you can like spread out here. Or you can use those beautiful hanging lamps that Mama Dukes used, right? Because those could be really fun. They're very warm, and they'll look really good against the dark backdrop of the ceiling. But the room itself is very solid. You got great light here in the front. You got some great storytelling back here. Great storytelling back here. You got Rapunzel painting back here. It really, really feels like an artist's workshop. Only downside here that I'm seeing is that about 30% of your photo is empty ceiling. With the exception of these chandeliers, which hang down from the ceiling and actually block really fun colors on the walls. So maybe instead of these bigger chandeliers, we can go with some smaller light options. That way we can still get that light casting, but we don't block cool things like this design board and this little pin board here, or this like beautiful painting back here. We can keep those elements in play and have the light casting. Even if it's something like the Mickey light, that cast light. But it's so much smaller than these big chandeliers. But yeah, very, very, very solid improvement here, I would say. I think you're on a really good trajectory here. See, I would work with the lights a little bit. Play with your options. Try to make sure we have good visibility in all these beautiful colors and all the scenery we have in the back. Try to eliminate those, hazy spots from these bigger light elements. And try to pan your camera down just a bit to show a bit less ceiling. And for the ceiling you do show, try to have some fun with vines and, some fun ceiling decor. There's also like hanging plants, some neat stuff you can put up there. Zombie is next. Hey, Zombie, you suggested to make it look more like a workshop, so this is what I came up with. Thank you for the suggestions and advice. First one is the OG. So we have yesterday versus today. Okay, very nice, very nice. Yeah, I love the little sketch back here. Then we have a little sketch of Donald. We got another painting table back here. I like how you get Flynn holding the paper because it looks like he wants to show you his work. Rapunzel looks really funny here. Oh, the brush in Lady's mouth is a really fun touch. Now, between your two new ones, slight tilt change on the brush. I think I actually like the first of the two. Like in the second, the brush is a little straight here, and this one is kind of lined up with her mouth up a little better. I would go with this one, but they're probably going to rank the same. Like, it's such subtle differences, I don't really see being a big difference in performance. But yeah, I think this is a lot safer because you've captured a lot more of a workshop feel. It looks like you have the teamwork and the learning going on. You got the tools of the trade kind of spread throughout the scene. And the whole space feels like a workspace. So very solid there, Zombie. Very solid. Ems is next. You suggested adding a villager, so I've added Mirabelle to make it look like she's painting a self-portrait. I've played around with the camera settings and lighting too to make it a bit clearer and sharper. Okay. So yesterday's here. Yeah, main thing we talked about was there's a lot of people doing great storytelling here. You added Mirabelle, but you took away your light casting. This is really good. This warm light that we have in the scene. So I would stick with Mirabelle. That's fantastic. But I would definitely bring in some light casting. Now, when you have light casting, I would probably not use these. I would probably not use these hanging lanterns unless you turn them off. But if you play after 6 p.m., you could put a little geometric light up here. It's just a little circular ceiling light, and it's going to make the whole ceiling glow, like with this beautiful warm note. You know, you just saw us looking at some other great indoor scenes, right? Lunaris was very happy going from this to this. And that light casting is what really adds all that warmth. So, you know, we've been talking about this all week. That's why I'm so surprised you didn't do light casting in your new photo, because you were doing it in your first, and then you just got rid of it. Even though, you know, one thing we've been very clear on is that one of the biggest benefits to going indoors is your control over lighting. And we've also discussed that lighting is the second most important thing tied to Dreamsnap performance besides the theme itself. So I would definitely try to get some light casting in here. But yeah, Mirabelle's great. Everything else is great. You have some good light coming in from the windows, but this tiny bit of light coming in from the windows is not worth the trade-off of having no light hitting these walls. These walls have so many fun colors. These paintings have so many fun colors. If we just had a little light hanging, not right up against the wall, because you don't want it to be super bright, like yesterday here, you have this light right up against the wall. That's why we can't even see the colors. Just pure light right here. What you want to do is take something that casts light and put it a couple squares away from the wall. Then you get this, you know, I'll show you again. You get this great effect that we see right here, where your walls go from this to this. You get this beautiful warm effect, and then it kind of hues out as it goes lower. Pluto's mom. Hey, somebody, thank you for the advice. As mentioned, I changed up the walls. Made sure to get Rapunzel on the painting pose. Also threw on some other art elements. Got rid of the pencil pose. Tried the goose. Unfortunately, you don't have the broom motif. Not sure which lighting I like better between the two new ones. Thank you again for the help. Of course, of course. I don't know if you'd be lost without it, Pluto's mom. I mean, at the end of the day, you know, you're already making some really pretty snaps here. These are just little ways to be even more competitive. So let's see. So this one definitely has the best color. Like when we look at this one, the colors are a bit more pale. Looks like in this one, you got some good saturation here. The purples and blues really come through loud and clear here. Now, you do have a couple minor things I would recommend adjusting here. First off, it looks like your light bloom is rather high here. You see how this light is facing the camera? This is super bright, and it kind of takes away from the rest of the space here. These are great. Like, these look really good. What I would do is I would experiment with a few other ceiling lights. If you can find something that can hang down and light up this wall and light up this statue without creating like a big, you know, light flare right here. And it's because this item is weird. The tangled lamps, they cast light in one direction. And if that direction is facing the camera, it gets really bright. So you could rotate these lanterns and they'll cast that light towards the wall instead. Or you can just find something other than these lanterns. Now, these are great. This looks really good. And the walls you're using are really good. But, you know, as we've seen with the light casting, when done properly, it just adds this very beautiful glow and just makes your picture pop really well. You just want to avoid having the camera staring directly into those lights. You see how Lunaris added the lights in here, but, you know, we don't have any of those big light flares. The image is very crisp and clean. And if you look here, you know, here's the painted wall without the light casting. And here's the painted wall with the light casting. It went from tan to yellow and gold, like just with one little feature. So, going back to your snap here. I would be careful with the motif. You see how it's coming onto your face here? If you want to do this ID with Mirabelle, you're going to have to probably move her and the motif like one square right And if the motif won't fit, you'll have to bring it up a little closer. But the motif needs to fully fit on the painting. So if this is as small as this motif can get, you're going to have to, if you want to use that motif for the storytelling element, you're going to need to bring it up a little bit and then move it a little further away from the avatar so that we don't have the motif on your face. And the other thing is going to be your light casting. So beautiful light casting back here. You see what I mean? This beautiful gold warm light on the easel on the wall. And then we look over here and we don't have any of that light. That's because not everything casts light. This glows and it's very pretty. I would keep that there. But if you hang a little Mickey light over here after 6 p.m., boom, all of this lights up. And then you can also take away the chandelier if you don't want such a big light source and just hang a little Mickey light over here as well. And then if you don't want this big light pocket here kind of taking away from this beautiful purple and blue out the window, you can flip this around or just get rid of it and replace it with vines or another Mickey light if you still want to keep the light casting in that area. Lastly, you see how super duper duper bright your painting table is here? I think you might have a light right on top of it, which you don't really need with the, you want light hitting this, but the problem is a lot of this is rather reflective, and that's why the whites are getting really loud here, and it's like, you lose a lot of detail, right? We can hardly see the diamond shapes in the table, we can hardly see the lines, the checkered pattern in the table. So what you want to do is use a smaller light casting option and kind of move it a few spaces away from the table. That way the light still hits the table, but it's not getting the full brunt force of that light. And that way it's not going to be super, super reflective like this. Another way you can fix this reflective feature would be to reduce light bloom. Light bloom is on by default. If you set it to 1%, it turns off. But you might want to keep the light bloom because, it looks really good on things like this. So you have two options here. If you want to eliminate this flare up on the table, which would be to reduce light bloom to 1%, which might not fully do the trick. And the other thing, which more of my recommendation would be to adjust where you have the lights placed. Move them forward, move them back, kind of shuffle them around, try to make it where we can still see the details on this table while getting some good light on it. But yeah, aside from that, very, very solid changes. Suli. Hi, somebody said I was on theme, but could use villager interaction, so I brought in another artist. Hope I've not taken it too far. Well, let's see. Oh, very fun. No, I don't think you've taken it too far. I think you've added some great storytelling elements, and you're still doing your pottery as you would initially plan to, and you still have a great workshop here. I actually like the final one the most here. Love the kitty down here. And Discord's doing that weird thing where it's changing your color. Look at this. I don't know. For certain uploads, it does that. So let me open this in a separate photo here. There we go. Well, it's not the one I was looking at. There we go. Yeah, that's more like it. But yeah, the wall sconces look really good. The vines, you're showing minimal ceiling. You have a perfectly even amount of wall on both sides. Guys, this is exactly what I'm talking about when I talk about the balance of an indoor shot. Notice how she's showing us a lot of the room, but she's not super far away from the walls, so we don't get a ton of ceiling. And notice how she's put herself right in the middle, and she's kept her lines perfectly straight. Look at the line of the roof. It goes straight across. It's perpendicular with the top of the frame here. Some great storytelling elements here as well. Love the poses with Flynn. And I mean, yeah, I was just talking about adding, one or two villagers into your workshop because teamwork and learning ties in really well to the artist's workshop theme. And you just went above and beyond. I mean, you brought in a lot of fun here. So very cool. The only minor thing is this white board. I wish it wasn't there. Just because the colors throughout this whole picture, we have the white on the floor already from like the old weathered floor. And the light from your wall sconces looks so good, and you have like so many fun details on the wall. And then right here, this thing just interrupts all this fun brick, but that might just be me, you know. I wouldn't worry about it too much. It plays really well into what you have going on over here, so you can totally keep it. But I think if you were to swap this one with this one, because Sally will cover most of the white, and this like cork board with the black border, but you know, I don't want you to have to resummon all of these villagers literally to swap 2 boards, so please do not stress that. It's not a big deal. Very solid, Sully, very solid. Cozy Pixel Girly. Only suggestions are remove the giant pencil and put Rapunzel. I also put Rapunzel back to tell the story of her painting being ruined and more villagers. So first photo here. Second photo. Okay. Well, when we talked about removing the pencil and you know, choosing a different kind of pose, I want you to keep in mind that the concept there is to, you know, there's a lot of competitive opportunity when it comes to how you present the avatar, because there's a lot of ways you can highlight that you're working on something. At least here it looks like you're maybe taking a step back from your work, because this easel is very close to you. But, you know, a lot of people are taking the direction of, like, kind of leaning back on their work. A lot of people are doing the Pluto pose, like we just saw that with the pottery. There's a lot of ways you can kind of show yourself interacting with your art rather than holding a giant pencil or kind of standing at the front of your scene. And that's what I was trying to kind of, you know, edge you into was considering, you know, how you can pose to, like, highlight your work. At least here, it kind of looks like you're taking a step back. Still a beautiful scene. Could still definitely do very well. And yeah, I do like the interaction back here with the villagers. That's very fun. Yeah, it looks like Stitch messed it up because of the little paw prints there. That's pretty fun. I do think this is better than the... I do think this is better than the pencil pose. Now, for your for your ceiling, I would have chosen something a bit different. You see how you have these very colorful orbs, and you have these gold hanging planters? You chose more of a pale ceiling color. If you want these colors behind you coming through really well, choose a dark ceiling color. So a dark wood is going to work really well here. But for right now, the ceiling is like a lot paler than the floor or the walls. The only reason we talked about changing the ceiling is because we see a lot of it in your first shot. And, you know, it's the same exact pattern we have on the floor. So it kind of feels like we're in a sandwich. Whereas in this one, you know, now we have a completely different ceiling. But I would have stuck with something that was a bit darker. So, yeah, maybe just a dark wood is going to be your better bet there. But if you don't have time to make the changes, this has a decent shot of 4K. Plum Bob, your suggestion was to change the floor, take the shot after 6 p.m. so the light is casting. So I changed the floor, took it after 6 p.m. I also tried recreating the build outdoors as well. Thank you so much. Dang, even did it outdoor too. All right. I like the lighting here. Though I did really like the angle you were working with in your original. Yeah, I think the lighting looks best here. Oh, the outdoor one's really fun too. I mean, these are all really good. I think you're pretty safe regardless of which one you pick, even if you stayed with the first one. It's got really, really good storytelling. You know, I never really wanted you to change the angle or the photo. I just wanted to see the lights come on. That's it. because if these lights were casting, it would just make the brick really warm. So, you know, that, and we talked about swapping to, you know, away from pale colors for the floor, something that balanced well with the brick. But that was it. You know, I don't think you needed to change everyone's position or change the foreground out, because you have a nice pocket here. But you see, with these lights yesterday, they're kind of by themselves in this brick section, so they would just make the brick warm. But in the new one, now you've put lights right in front of the windows. And we don't want to cast light onto white or onto glass, because now it just adds a bunch of white. So this was perfectly set up for the light casting. This was the perfect setup. All this was going to do was add warmth to your brick. You know, just like we see with Lunaris's snap. But this is why we do re-reviews. That way you know for next time. You know, the only thing we recommended for Lunaris's snap was light casting. Everything stayed the same. The light casting came in and made it even more beautiful. This was what I was wanting for yours as well. Not like a total change. But, you know, all these shots are really good, Plum Bob. You know, they're all very good. You just had a great opportunity here yesterday. But when you work with indoor snaps and light casting, I highly recommend keeping the lights away from things like these windows. If you are going to cast light near the windows, because, like, look at how good the light looks on, you know, this alchemy shelf and on these paintings and on this brick. It looks so good over here. But the moment we look at the windows, is just overwhelming. The whites get super white. We get these very bright reflective spots, which kind of takes away from Hercules. That's why when, you know, when you're working to incorporate the advice, I would prefer and hope that you guys don't start changing a bunch of stuff that's not talked about. Because if we're not talking about it, there's probably nothing wrong with what you're doing. Like, your windows were fine. Your back wall was fine. Like I said, this was perfectly set up for the light casting, but this is not. So this one is really good, but out of all your indoors, yeah, I think your first is still the strongest. This was already such a strong scene. If you would have stuck with this one and just activated the light casting and just switched out the floor, I think that would have followed the advice that I gave, and I think it would be a very, very strong snap. But unfortunately, in these new indoor ones, I don't think they're as good as the original. And then for this one, I think it's strong. But I think for the scene you've made, this is stronger. So after all the extra time, the original still reigns supreme here. But if you had followed the advice and only the advice instead of trying to rework the scene, I think you could have had an even more competitive snap here. But as right now, this is still the most competitive one among the three, because you set up everything perfectly here. Everything was perfectly set up. That's why we didn't have any issues with the villager placement, with the window placement, with the backdrops, with the walls. The only thing we wanted to consider was a little bit of light casting. And yeah, even if changing the time of day means we don't get the light coming in the window, we can do one with the light casting, and then we can do one with the light coming from the window, and weigh the two against each other. Dreamer. So this was... Is this yesterday? Yeah, I think this was yesterday. Move my avatar to face the camera. Move the fireplace. Add a pottery. Okay. So you got some pottery. Have you considered adding a villager in to work with the pottery? Could be good. Could be good. You also have nothing in the bottom right-hand foreground area here. You know, what could you add here? What about fabrics? You know, maybe not a big... Actually, fabrics would probably be better back here, and pottery would be better right here. And you can have more than one painting table, Dreamer. You know, I feel like it's all or nothing with you, dude. I'm like, hey, Dreamer, you just copy-pasted 4 tables for your entire foreground. It's just the same painting table 4 times, just all thrown down in the front. Maybe diversify your decor and don't use so many painting tables. And then you're like, okay, got it. Only use 1 painting table. No, dude, that's not what I said. I'm just saying don't only use painting tables. So you have a great spot right here for another painting table if you want one. You've seen so many snaps get praised this week by me that have more than one painting table. So I was not trying to tell you to only use 1. I'm just saying don't use the same item over and over and over and over. You know, that's not a great path to 4K. The pose here is fun. I like that you're showing your painting. This is really good motif play, by the way. And you got a good shot of Rapunzel. I think it would be a good idea to take your pottery stuff and move it down here and maybe do sculptures in the back. So you can do statues, like the Prince Eric statue, or you can do fabrics. But if you want to stay away from fabrics and keep it like about pottery, sculptures, and painting, do that. You know, you can take these smaller items and put them down here, and you can have little statues back here, or one big statue. You could take like the Hercules rock statue or something. You know, there's all kinds of stuff you can put there. And then in between the two, you can have another painting table kind of right here. Or you can have a painting table behind Rapunzel because she's actually painting, right? We can have a painting table behind her. I was just trying to encourage you not to make your entire foreground out of the same, and midground out of the same item. We want to diversify. Claudia, I redid my snap to give it an indoor workshop. I didn't add the rainbow motif to the canvas because it didn't really fit anymore, especially since my pose is now leaning towards the easel. I was so long to have Rapunzel in the spot, so I didn't want to redo my pose. Gotcha. Yeah, it can be a headache to wait for Rapunzel sometimes. Ooh, heck yeah, very nice. I like that you're making honey pots. That's cool. Oh yeah, really good to have the little Winnie the Pooh popcorn bucket here too. You actually got the motifs to fit nicely here. Then we have our little Pooh and friends. I love Eeyore here. Yeah, this is really good, Claudia, and very, very competitive. Your original snap was already very beautiful, very likely for 4K. The only, if you got really unlucky, the only threat here was if you pop up against snaps that have more of a workshop feel and fit that, atelier or studio description, it could have a hard time, but that's going to be rare in your case because there's not going to be a lot of snaps that can match that even if they have that. But now you have the same level of beauty, you have the same storytelling. If anything, I think your storytelling got even better. And now this really feels like a workshop. Like yesterday with it kind of out in the open, we have workshop vibes here kind of on the side with the painting section. And then we can see the honey pots being made here, but we don't really get to see like a full setup for that. Whereas in this one, having this shelf in the back with like the layers of honey pots and then having multiple spinning tables here, clay forming tables, and then having like the honey pots down here, both Flynn and Rapunzel painting, your subjects here. Yeah, very, very solid. The twin rainbow in the back is very pretty. Yeah, you nailed it. This is very safe, very competitive, very strong. Simply Anna, thank you so much for the suggestions. I added the rug, removed the pastel yellow chair. I was able to also change some characters that were in the scene and fix the lighting as well. Okay, so I think this was yesterday's versus today's. Okay, I like the sunset lighting a lot more. I think this is very strong. I also like the changing characters. But you do have one minor hold back here, and that would be how dark the corners are. Because we already have shadow in these corners. So there's already shade. So the camera's natural vignette border is making the outer edges of your snap very dark. So the vignette is actually on by default. It's always on, even if you haven't, you haven't touched it. So what you want to do is go to vignette and set it to -1, and you'll get all this light back in your corners. Because right now, if we look at this motif, everything around him is kind of dark, but he's super bright, so he stands out kind of like a sore thumb. Whereas these motifs feel like they're part of the environment because everything around them is bright and they're bright, but they're towards the center, so the vignette border's not making them dark. So if you did adjust that vignette border, these colors up here are going to come in more. This whole corner is going to be highlighted better. And then this stained glass in the corner here is going to look the same as the stained glass on the side here. Alex Ray Fox. Suggested fewer villagers, better lighting, getting a little closer to the avatar. I kept my favorite villagers from the version 1 and try to implement more of your suggestions. Okay. So yeah, this one and then this one. Well, you're not really any closer to the avatar. You're still, if anything, your avatar is a little smaller now since you're in a crouch pose. But it really does look like you're working on your craft, which is good. And I do think you've done a great job kind of branching out, you know, being a bit more specific with the villagers you're using. Whereas yesterday we had several villagers that felt there just for the sake of being there, because we can't really see Alice. We can hardly see Elsa. Whereas in this one, you know, everyone you're using is very, very clearly visible, and there's some fun storytelling going on, and we can see what you're working on. But yeah, you're not any closer to the camera. So in order to get closer to the camera, you have two options. You could take what you're doing and you could just move it towards the voter a little bit. You could basically have the top of this headpiece come up to about the top of the frame, and you'll be down at the front of the scene, and you can use free mode and kind of get nice and close. And then, you know, your alternative would be to push the camera forward with the Vizier's Alchemy table. That's another option. But when I talk about getting close to the avatar, you know, see where Claudia is? You see how you can't see her feet? You can't see her feet or her shins, really? She's getting the camera closer to the avatar here. When you look at somebody like Plum Bob, you see how we can't see Plum Bob's shins or feet? You see how close they are to the camera? That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about getting close to the camera. This is very, 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 very popular with voters. And that's not just me theorizing. That's a quantifiable fact. So when you look at snaps in the 4K range, the avatar is very, very prominently featured. He said, I guess I need to move the Vizier's Alchemy table away from the wall. It didn't push it forward enough. Yeah, the Vizier's Alchemy table is only going to push the camera forward if you're close enough to it. That's why I was telling you to bring all of this back a little bit, right? That would get you closer to the camera. So if you take all this stuff, like you, the mannequin, the fabric, and the twine, and you move it all back here by about 2 squares, maybe 3. Basically, you want the headpiece here kind of coming up towards the top, and we'll have you at the front. Now, if there's a way you can capture this scene while showing the avatar's face and getting her expression and having her look, you know, being able to see the avatar's emotions gives them relatability, which is very, you know, very, very common in 4K as well. You can definitely get 4K facing away. Just need to have a great reason to do it. But if there's something you're doing that you could share with the voter, I would try. And aside from, you know, getting a little closer here, again, good job with the villagers. The other thing I would consider is light casting against your walls. You see how dark these walls are back here? You have these chandeliers like here and here, but you don't have to use these giant chandeliers. There's really good lights you can put close to the wall that'll just light up the walls themselves. You don't have to put them right on the wall. But after 6 p.m., you have things like the Mickey and Friends light, the ceiling light, the hanging light. There's the geometric lights, since we can't see your ceiling, which is good. Those geometric lights will be great because they sit right on the ceiling, but they still cast light down. There's the hooked wall sconces. There's some really fun items that you can use to get some color in these back corners and on this back wall. Like, you have these fun vines here, but they're totally dark. Like, you have a light here, but it's not affecting these vines. And you have a light here. And the light you have here is lighting up this wheel, it's lighting up this rug, and it's lighting up a little bit of this wall, but it's not lighting up this back corner here or here. And then since we have space in between these two lights, the center focus right here is a little dark too. Again, it's all about strategically placing and kind of hiding those lights. You know, we'll go back to Lunaris's, right? You see this scene? This was the original. This is with the light casting. You see how the light goes across the entire scene? You see how everything got really well lit? And we don't see any of the lights? Look at the vines. Look at the vines, right? Yesterday, very dull. Today, vibrant green. And this is already a really strong snap. But now, you know, there's nothing I can recommend here. Like, everything is really, really well done. But you want to be very aware of what you're lighting up. You know, if you're adding the light casting to your walls to make your walls look a lot better and to make your scene look better, you kind of want to take it a step further than just adding a couple of lights to do corners of the room. You know, you could do so much more with the indoor lighting. It's insane what you can do with indoor lighting. So I would definitely tweak it a little bit. I would try to get, you know, some great quality lighting in here. And, you know, if there's any fun details we can put on the walls up here, it could be nice. But yeah, the floor decor and the villagers are really good. The main things that would work on would be avatar pose and position and lighting still. Heathen Dove, first is old, second and third are new. Love the setup. Got rid of the big desk. Okay, so this is yesterday. Yeah, we had a big desk, but we talked about the opportunity for more storytelling. And then we talked about, you know, potentially something over here as well. Oh, yeah. Very nice. Great job here, Heathen. You already had a great snap here. This was already really pretty, but this is so much more competitive. Now you've taken a snap that had, you know, one element of storytelling. Well, two, you and the avatar. Or your avatar and Rapunzel. But by getting rid of this very big desk, we freed up a lot of space. Now you have this awesome scene with Flynn as well. Great shot of Rapunzel painting. Mirabelle working on the fabrics. Fantastic, fantastic. And then you have one that's kind of... this one is more of a warm light. And then this one is... It's still warm light, but it's a little brighter. Honestly, either one of these are great options. I would just pick whichever one resonates with you the best. I like this one out of the two final options. The one that's like slightly more saturated and a slightly less bright. Because in this one, the Stitch mannequin, or the Stitch model is really, really bright. And this one, he's a little bit more manageable. And I like the warmer notes here. But yeah, very good job, Heathen. Really, really positive change from yesterday. Just freeing up that space, adding more storytelling. And I love that you swapped out like the bookcase to bring in those fabrics in that spinning wheel. Great job. Shutters, as I changed the pathway, added the rugs. Painting table as suggested. Thank you for the help. All right, all right. Oh, yeah, big improvement. So yesterday we had the gray stone brick, and we already have so much gray from these stone, you know, carvings over here, this stone carving here. So we already have a lot of gray, and it's kind of just sucking the color right out of the scene. But now that we've got this beautiful, colorful rug here, we've got the main street path. Now we're really minimizing how impactful all of that gray stone is. So yeah, great job, great job. A small change, but a big difference. Catterday. Hi, Zeb, I made quite a few changes from the primary reviews, just a change in the outfit, working on my pose to get it more convincing. Would love to hear your thoughts. Thanks for the feedback. So, original here. Okay, okay. That's pretty fun. You know, the pickaxe, more of like a big mining tool. But since we don't actually have like a chisel pick, it's kind of the only thing you could really use here to hold in your hand. And I actually like that. I like the overalls. Like we said, with this outfit, this works really good if you're baking pottery. And we do have a pottery stove in the game. So this pose and this outfit would be really good if you're grabbing those superheated clay pots that just finished baking. That's what the big, thick gloves are going to be great for. But if you're, chiseling away at statues, I think this is more of a reasonable outfit. I love the change of the ceiling. Look at how much of a difference that makes. Look at this very pale, empty ceiling. And now we have this brick with the cross beam support, and we even added some industrial lights, which look really good with the brick. Really good light casting in here as well. And then we have a pottery one, too. This one's also good. I think you actually got the angle really nice here. I know you're actually standing kind of beside it, but it really looks like you're kind of standing behind it and reaching towards it. So you actually got this very convincing this time. I also like Aladdin being a little bummed out. At least it's not Flynn for once. And you got some great features on your back wall. Like, I love this. And then you have this one. This one's fun, too. Very warm in the lighting. But I'll be honest, I'm really feeling this one. Like, this... I feel like this one might be safest. Because it's, like, really clear. I mean, I don't know. I feel like most people should be able to figure out what's going on here. I love the fact that you featured the statue right at the front. And then you have this big Hercules sculpture here. And if you were going to make something like this, I mean, you need to chip away at it with something like a pickaxe. So the pickaxe actually works really good here. This is my favorite out of the shots you've made. I also love that you featured a crafting table right here so we can see like screws or like screwdrivers. That's so cool. Some great tools. Now this one I think is a bit more basic and simple, which might be safer. But I like this one the most. I think this one's the most creative. I think it has the most beauty. I like the outfit the most. I love this concept. Like, I really like the statue featured right at the front. Then the big Maui statue back here. And the Hercules statue. I just really like this. I think you've done a great job with the advice. I mean, look at the difference here. You had a really fun concept. You were able to keep the concept alive. And look at how much better the room looks. Like, you really did a great job on the added details on the walls, the ceiling, the lighting. Like, you did really good with this. This makes me happy. I like this one the most, though. I would definitely go with that. I would go with that one. Either that one or this one. You pick, But I really like the pickaxe pose. But I don't know. Pickaxe. I don't know. I just feel like I hate that it is this way, but I feel like a lot of people don't really think about what they're looking at sometimes when they vote. That's another reason I'm hesitant on the pickaxe is like I feel like there's some voters out there that'll be like, this isn't a mining challenge. And they're like not even going to, like, even though it's super obvious, to me it's super obvious. To you guys it's super obvious. But like, I don't trust a lot of the voters out there. Like, so this is my favorite, but that's why I say this might be safer. But like, I would go with this. This deserves 4K. This is really good. And they should get it. If they don't get it, I'll lose all faith at this point. Taters, thanks for the review. I took the tweaks you recommended. Lighting improved. Changed the floor and walls to add texture and color. I also added some stuff to the walls and shifted some things to the empty space more. The lighting is different than the last one. Please let me know which is better. Hoping this is closer to the mark. All right. So we have yesterday's. Okay, yeah, very nice change. Going with these bolder colors. I do think it would be worth it in this case to boost your saturation. Because you have like this great brick. We have some nice light casting in here. We have some great oranges. We have some yellows on the easel. So I think an enhanced saturation here would actually look really nice. This one has the best lighting out of the three. So yeah, I think this one is looking the best. But if there is any way you could possibly hang a light we don't need to see it. It could be the geometric light that goes right up against the ceiling. But if you could put a light, kind of a square in front of Hercules, we can get some light on him. And if we could get a little bit of light on our villagers back here too. Because I see some yellow haze up here. But like I don't see the light hitting them. I'm not sure where the light is hitting. Maybe it's hitting the easel here. So I would experiment. You know, if you're done working on it, just go with this one. This one's going to give you, I think, your best run out of what you have so far. If you have time tonight, I would play with the lighting a little bit more. So you don't need to rely on character lighting, but you could. You could always boost character lighting if you can't get them to light up good enough. But when you do go with your final option, definitely go with the more saturated, the more color. You also have an opportunity right here for some extra, wall decor. You could put like a little item right here, that ties into this stuff, or maybe just like a little painting or something. Because you filled up this wall really, really well. But yeah, we have a nice little spot here for something in this top left corner. And then yeah, either go with character lighting, which is more of a white light, that's why I'm hesitant. Or if you could, get some kind of light above them just to cast light on these characters if possible. Very solid taters. I mean, a massive improvement overall. It has a really good art studio feel. And it delivers more of those solid colors the voters tend to gravitate towards. Thanks for the review. I fixed a few things, but didn't get a great position on Rapunzel this time. A little harder to see the castle. Also unsure what motif. All right, let's see. Okay, so this was the original. I mean, your angle on Rapunzel is fine. If anything, it's actually a little bit better today. Well, the downside is you're covering this statue. But the upside is we can actually see her canvas really well. But a bad angle on Rapunzel would be her, like, having the easel facing you. So I don't think that's a bad angle. I do think it would be worth taking items like this and putting them on this side of the table. Like taking your foreground items and putting them up here. Because your foreground on the table here is empty. Your items are closer to Rapunzel. So if you took this very small pencil holder, you could put that right here in this bottom corner. And then you could take this little pot and put it back here in this bottom right corner. And then right here, you can place another item. Could be that little Nala statue. Could be that little Mushu doll. There's like all kinds of fun little things you put there. Great job with the blossom vines. Kind of breaking up the glass tiles here. Have you considered hanging a Chandelier of the Deep to like make sure, because in your shot yesterday, we have a lot of sunlight down here, right? Now that you've added a foreground element, we have a lot of shadow. But we can fix that with a Chandelier of the Deep to bring some light in. I think the first is actually still the strongest. If this didn't come in, if the table didn't come in quite this much, like just a little hint of the table, you don't need too much of it. Like, you see how in this shot here, we only get a tiny corner of it? So, Johnny, thank you for the resub, my friend. Thank you. So when we talk about adding the table, it doesn't need to come in this much. If you had it come in just a little, where we got a little pencil holder right here, maybe another little item, could be some kind of little, figurine, whatever you want to use. Also with your pose, yeah, it doesn't look quite like you're leaning on the easel, but I think it's okay. Yeah, I would just go with the original if you don't have time for any kind of reworks. Because you got really good color and lighting on your rugs down here. In the new one, with how this table's brought in a long ways, it's just adding a lot of shadow here. If we had it just a small portion of the table here on the left-hand side, showing the pencils or little tools, you can get the benefit of having some foreground elements here without the shadow. Also, when I make my scenes, one thing I try to do, you see my shadow? It's going straight back. So that's why there's not a big shadow from this table. The shadow's actually going that way. And if you look at the shadow from the easel, it's going, well, you can't really see it because of the gold here. But I have the sun directly behind the camera. So, or my shadow goes straight back, your shadow goes back into the left. So you have the sun behind the camera, but the sun is in the corner of a floating island. So if you build your scene facing that, your shadows will always go straight back, and you'll be able to add those elements without shadows leaning into your scene. But yeah, I just stick with the original for now. I mean, if you want to try to tweak it, you can, but you'll just want to incorporate a foreground element without casting a large shadow. Yeah, be very careful there. Kimberly, hi, my suggestion was to retake after 6 p.m. for better lighting. Also adjusted villager positioning slightly, move Flynn up. Could get a better or worse motif on the canvas. I appreciate your time. Okay. So yesterday, today. Very nice, very nice. Now, I would definitely try to avoid showing us these lights because they are super bright up here. So we want the benefit of the light casting, right? We want the benefit of this light. But you could be using an item like the geometric light. That just attaches to the ceiling and it's just a dome. We won't see it. With the chandelier, this is a lot of white. Like, it kind of hurts the eyes, right? It's taken away so much from the color of your ceiling, the backdrop. We want lights up here, but we don't want to see them. That's the trick. That's always the trick. So even in a scene like this, you see how we can see the lights, but they're not super duper bright? You might be wondering, like, well, how do you do that? How do you do that? This is thanks to the vignette. So I'm using the vignette border, and I have the lights casting as I normally would. But the vignette is lessening them, and they're not right up against. And these are also a different light. They don't have that dome on the bottom. They have these little bulb lights at the top. So what you see mostly on these is just this gold reflective bottom piece. But if you look through my indoor submissions, all the ones that I've pointed out have very strong light. I never really put the light right in the voter's face because I've seen a lot of snaps get unfortunate results because of that. So I would be very, very careful there. So you want this light casting, yes. And you got some great scenes with your villagers. But this choice is really hurting you here. So the lighting looks a lot better since we have the casting, right? It's not cold light anymore. It's warm. It's cozy. But you need to play around with some of your lighting options and find something that's not going to, make the top of the scene super bright. We want all this great warm light with none of the drawback. That's the competitive play. And again, you kind of see that here, right? So you can add these lights without getting any of that drawback. You just got to be very strategic about which ones you use and where you place them. Dreamy Dewdrop. Hi, Zema, your recommendations were to add the geometric lights and try one without the blue light. Also tweak to move around some items. First is the OG, others are updated. Okay, so we have this one here. Yeah, we talked about some space here for the geometric lights. Oh, why did you change the ceiling? No, we wanted the geometric lights on this. That's why we wanted the lights. Oh my gosh, you guys, you're killing me. Please, guys. The advice... Listen. Please hear me out here, because this is going to make these reviews so much faster and easier and better for you. I promise. When I'm giving advice and I'm advising certain types of items, oftentimes they are being recommended because they work perfectly with what you are using. So when you get the advice and then you add the items I suggested, but then you change the entire ceiling, guess what? The item I asked you to put on the ceiling now isn't as good. I was recommending it because you had the dark ceiling and you had space. Listen, you guys can make any changes to your snap that you want because it's your snap. But for the re-reviews, I would like to ask, it is part of the rules, that you please focus on the advice that we're giving. If something is not being called into question, if something is not being pointed out as an issue with the competitive nature of the snap, there's no need to really change it. And I don't really, it takes a lot longer if I have to review a completely different kind of snap, right? We're giving advice based off of what you have. So if you change a lot of things, the advice I give doesn't really apply here. So yeah, I would love, what I wanted to see yesterday was this exact snap with the geometric lights. I wanted to see one with this blue light and one without this blue light. I don't get to see that here. This is a pale ceiling. The darker ceiling was much stronger here because it really brings out the greens. It really balances well with the walls and with the floor. And what was going to happen is these geometric lights were going to warm up that darkness and create these beautiful, warm wood notes at the top of the scene. But now we have a very bright wall with very bright light, and it just makes it a little overwhelming. So, still a beautiful scene. All three of these are very, very likely for 4K. You can pick whichever one you want. And I think you're going to be very, very safe this week. But I would have absolutely loved to have seen this one with the wood note ceiling. I think it would have looked a lot better. But you're safe either way, Dreamy. You're safe either way. I don't think you have anything to worry about. T-Dow. Okay, we have yesterday's. Going into today's. Thank you for the feedback. I don't know what it is about this week that caught me spiraling a little bit. The first of the OG, and your feedback was to try some different light casting for the background. The last three of my options was some light tweaks, character tweaks, additional roof decor. Last one is kind of just for fun. Okay. So I like in yesterday you're showing less of the ceiling. Also yesterday you have a very balanced snap. You see how we see about the same exact amount of wall on each side yesterday? That was a strength of your snap. We didn't want to change that. Now today, we see a lot more of the left wall than we do of the right wall. You've kind of changed your angle because you've changed your villagers. So again, this is not something that we covered in the advice. I was giving you advice for this angle, for this scene. These tips, guys, these tips will oftentimes not work if you try to make a bunch of other changes in addition to them, because I'm giving tips specifically for the angle, the textures. If there's an issue with your angle or an issue with your ceiling, I promise you I will let you know. If I see anything there that is a red flag that is not common in 4K, I will be sure to let you know. But yesterday, T-Dow, you had a great angle. You had such good balance. All we really talked about was that we see a lot of ceiling, so we have an opportunity here for some good ceiling decor. now we lose a lot of that balance. You added the ceiling decor, but we, for some reason, shifted away from this very balanced shot where we had this same exact weight on each side. We had a great view of the backdrop. Peter Pan laughing was really fun. So you also had great foreground yesterday with this beautiful green. You have this like green plant. The flowers coming in on the left-hand side. The foreground was perfect. Your first is the strongest. Your first is the best choice. If you want your picture to be more competitive, if you want it to improve, don't spiral. If it's already good, keep the strengths, guys. Keep the strengths. It's easy to spiral. It's easy to be like, oh my God, I can do this and that and I can do this. But like, this was already so good. This is already very likely for 4K. All we were doing was looking for little tweaks and last final adjustments just to make it more competitive. Like, what else could we do here? And all we really talked about was, oh, some vines would be cool, right? That's it. But now we've made the photo weaker because we've lost the balance that made it so strong. We've destroyed the foreground that was so prominent that would have tied in. That's why we talked about adding the vines. I even mentioned you have this beautiful green down here. You have these flowers here. You can tie in green vines up at the top, right? But we've gotten rid of all those things. So now my advice no longer applies. All right, we're going to move on. Just go with your first one. It is the best unless, you can still incorporate my advice. But I would go back to this. I would go back to what you were doing. I would go back to what was working very well and just focus on the advice I actually gave instead of changing the entire angle, changing the foreground. It was perfect before. This was, perfect is subjective. That's an opinion. But this is what you see most often in 4K for indoor builds. Very balanced scenes. Scenes with very equal weight. Either they are facing a corner or they have an even amount of walls on each side. But this is the standard blueprint for a 4K indoor snap. And for whatever reason, you've abandoned that blueprint. Tigress, thank you for the advice. I added rugs, changed my windows, changed the lights, and added some ceiling decor. I think I like this one better than my original. Okay. Well, very fun scene here with the OG. I do love the additional ceiling decor. I think you've done really good with that. Lighting here is really nice as well. Same issue, though. Same issue. You had a really, really nice angle yesterday. Notice how you have the same amount of walls on each side. You have that perfect straight line across the top. I'm not sure why we changed the angle. Maybe it was just so we can see the avatar more dead on, or maybe it's because you really want to show these items here. But this was a very, very good angle. We just had an opportunity here with the ceiling. Kind of the same advice we gave the last one. Though in this case, I do think your new one is the stronger option because the lighting is really nice. But I think, and you also got a good shot of Rapunzel here. But I think the strongest thing you could do here, Tigress, would be to keep this angle like you had yesterday. Go back to this. Go back to having this very good balance in your studio. This very well-balanced shot. But with the new additions. Let's try to get the best of both worlds. It's 3 in a row that I didn't mention the angle at all, and that's 3 snaps in a row I've reviewed that completely, embarked from their whole angle. They just changed the whole angle on me. Guys, come on now. You're stressing me out. The first is the original. You said to put some lights at the front to light it up. Either replace the floor or the ceiling to better tell the story. Either replace the floor or ceiling, better storytelling, use the vines, other things in the ceiling, change the rags on the floor, have more villagers interacting, change cupboard. Oh, very nice. Hooray! You kept the angle! You did it, my friend. You did it. Thank you. Thank you for breaking the streak. Finally, I see a snap that did not leave behind a very strong angle. You focused entirely on the advice that I gave. And you didn't worry about things I didn't talk about. Because trust me, guys, if I see anything that's going to hold you back from 4K, I promise I will let you know. If there is any issue with your angle, if there's any risk, I even talk about the tiny risks. I'll be like, there's a very, very small chance that this could impact you. So yeah, first and new. Now, you did move away from the camera a little bit, but I think it's because you were adding the foreground in. But you still have a very balanced room. You show the exact same amount of wall on the left as you do on the right. And you have your Vizier's Alchemy in the table in the exact same place, and you haven't pivoted your camera at all. Now, what I will say is, we talked about switching your wall, your ceiling or your floor, because they're the same, but I would not switch to a lighter color. I would definitely consider switching to a darker color, like a dark wood, because all of these beautiful colors, like on your backdrop, all these fun colors, these are going to come through even better against a dark backdrop. Like this mosaic piece right here is going to stand out way more if it's on a dark backdrop opposed to a light backdrop. Mirabelle being very sad about the painting is really funny. I think you did really good with that. You could potentially take this painting table if you wanted to and move it way out to the outer edge just to where a corner of it is coming in. And that would allow you to have your avatar come up a good bit. And you could kind of be doing like the sunbird pose to like show the painting to Mirabelle. You can keep it this way if you want, but I think there are ways to get you kind of smiling and kind of trying to sell Mirabelle on the idea of this painting that could be really funny. In this one, you're kind of expressionless, so I would, this is so good. Like, Mirabelle is so good here. I think if you... Oh, also, you could just use the smiling animations. Because when you do, the avatar will awkwardly look at the ground when you use the expressions. The avatar doesn't like to look at the camera when you're using those expressions. They always look down at the ground. And that's such a good, awkward smile. If you're kind of like embarrassed about what you made and she's kind of sad about it, that could be super funny. So you do have some good opportunities there. Now, I like that you've added a lot of detail to the ceiling, but I would probably get rid of these lanterns right here at the front. The orbs are great. But you see, these lanterns are just adding this like yellow haze, this hazy light to the front. I think what would look better here at the top would just be some vines. Some more vines right here at the front would look really good. You got plenty of light back here with these chandeliers and with these orbs. So I would probably abandon the Rapunzel lights here, or the hanging lights. And thank you for not switching the whole angle on me. Hi, Zeb, I think for the advice, as always, you said change the pose. Use Rapunzel's pose where she's painting and use motifs. I did that, but I also changed a few of the other things. Curious to let me know what you think. All right, so original. Well, you did change a few other things, but you did keep the angle the same. And we did talk about changing the pose. So I love the addition of the Hercules statue behind Hercules. But I don't really think you need the Maui one in there as well, but that is fun. And I think your original wall was actually really strong. Actually, I think your whole original photo back here was really strong. It does feel kind of like you're trying to squeeze a lot into a small space with this new concept. Maybe you saw some snaps doing this and you're like, oh, that's such a good idea and I'm going to do that. You already had a good idea. You don't need to use their good idea. You were good, bro. You were good. This was very solid. Like I mentioned, maybe I'll just have to make a really solid rule about this for the re-reviews, because I feel like, the advice, I think, is going to be a lot more cohesive if we focus on the tips actually being provided. And you could just take my advice and then also do whatever else you want to your photo, but that wouldn't be one you would submit for re-review. You know, the re-reviews would focus entirely on, because here's the thing, guys. One of the rules to submit for a review, just for a primary review, is that it has to be a complete snap. Like, it needs to be ready to send off to Dreamlight Valley. It needs to be ready to go. Not a rough draft, not a first try. It needs to be like, okay, this is good. This is what I would usually submit. I'm done with this snap. I'm going to send it to Senpai for any final thoughts. And then we adjust very minor things that you can do to make it more competitive, whether it's like add another villager here, try this element of storytelling. But like, I keep having these snaps come back to me after re-review, and it's just an entirely different snap, guys. This is not healthy for the review process. This is not going, because it is also not good for me, because essentially now you're making me review an entirely different snap. And with hundreds of snaps to review each week, I just can't do this, you guys. We have to figure this out. We're going to have to figure this out. So I think since it's the last day of reviews, starting next week, starting Friday, actually, there will be a brand new rule in place. For secondary reviews, it needs to be the original snap, focusing entirely on the advice provided. Not, yeah, I did your advice, but I also added, 7 other decor items and changed the angle. Because again, that's just like, hey, Senpai, I got your review. I added the elements you brought up, but I also just made an entirely new snap while I was at it. Can you review this one too? And that's not what the re-review is. The re-review is us looking at your old snap, looking at your new snap, comparing the two, and trying to decide which is the better option while highlighting the changes that came from the advice. But if we're changing, a lot of stuff, it just becomes an entirely different photo. This was looking so good. It had a very tasteful amount of decor. It was very well filled out. It has a really good workshop feel. I know the ideas of having the statues in there are super fun. I know you've seen them in the other snaps, but you had an amazing scene here. I'll be honest, I like your snap from yesterday more. Despite that this one has the changes I talked about, this is better. The colors are so much better here. Because without those big gray statues, you get all this beautiful color on the wall. We see, like, the vase. We see all this good wall decor. And then having these new lanterns in here, when they're facing the wall, they're kind of hitting us with a lot of light, so we don't get the beautiful colors off the wall anymore. And now that we have this big, the big piece back here, we don't get any of this fun color from the wall here, which kind of just balanced the scene out. You did keep the very balanced angle, but, like, look at the color difference, right? Like, look at the beautiful colors in this, and now look here. My advice for you is very minor. All I was hoping to see, because this was already very good, I wanted to see you try to do a more competitive and engaging pose. We talked about potentially maybe some vines on the ceiling. And there were like a couple other tiny things we discussed. This is just a different snap altogether, And I'll be honest, I think this looks a lot better than the new one. Oh, man. I don't know what's going on this week. Thanks for the feedback. I kept the outdoor snap as I didn't have much time to work on it. Suggestions to change: we'll get rid of the face paint. Maybe move Hercules back and add Flynn. I was struggling with motifs as I need a small one with it being further back. And wanted to make him look rubbish, but he is proud of it. Think as always versus the original. Okay, so the first one here, yeah, we talked about switching to the face paint that looks more like splatter paint or just moving away from the face paint in general. Okay, yeah, you did switch to the splattered one. Very nice, very nice. If you make these two the same color, like you see how this is pink and this is green, this doesn't look like paint splatter still. Because you're not going to get paint splatter that's like a perfect circle inside of an eye shape. If you look at the players like Mama Dukes or some of the very high-ranking players that are using this face paint, that's why they chose the same color for both of these colors. Like, it's just green. So it looks like a speckle of green here, speckle of green here, speckle of green here. I mean, you can keep it these colors if you want, if you don't want to be bothered to, rework it just for that. But that's what we were talking about, was to try to make it look like paint splashed on your face. Hard to do that when things are super uniform. That was the issue with it here. This didn't really look like paint splashed on the face because it's like these perfect lines and it's like super symmetrical. So this definitely has more of a painted face kind of feel. But I would probably do solid colors instead of the little eyeball inside. And I love how you did the extra work here, but I think what would be better is if you took the lightning cloud, you put that one down first, and it's in the background, and then you just throw Hercules on top of it, right? Like, that would just be a cool background for Hercules. Now, I'm not sure why we departed from this capybara. That one fit, right? Or you moved it back, didn't you? Yeah, you moved it a little further away. Because this one doesn't really fit here. And when your motif doesn't fit, Poppy, you can't force it. This doesn't really look like a painting because it's coming off of the canvas. And it's like a black hole. So, when you see something like this, you could totally figure this out without me. How do we fix this? We move the easel closer. Like, it's, you know the answer. So if we move the easel closer, all that means is that we just, we won't see as much of Flynn, or we can have Flynn doing a different animation. Maybe instead of Flynn going like this, we can have him doing his sad animation, because then we don't need to worry about his arms being out. Or we can have him doing the thinking animation. When something's not working, don't try to force it. Try to work around it. So if Flynn and the motif and Rapunzel are not working here and the motif is not fitting, you have to move the motif closer. And if you have to move the motif closer, you're going to have to readjust how you're using Flynn and how you're using Rapunzel. There's so many different ways to use them. It doesn't have to be this way. You don't have to do it like this. So I would definitely try to fix this, because this is going to be very, very important. And I would also be careful having these very different looking motifs kind of plastered on your canvas. This doesn't really look like a painting. It looks like stickers on a canvas. So let me give you a quick little tip here on the paintings, right? This is what I mean, right? If you take a motif as a background and then you take another motif and put it on top of it, now it looks like layers. Now it looks like this is a painting of Hercules in front of a cloud with a lightning bolt behind him. Now we're talking. Right now this looks like one cohesive painting. But the way you've done it here is you've just taken 3 separate stickers, slapped one here, and slapped one here. None of these things really look like they work together. They're from the same universe, but if you were to layer them, which we covered in the Friday video, when we discussed motifs, we also covered it on stream multiple times. But I would definitely try to... This is featured right at the front of your scene. Your avatar and this easel are going to be the most prominent things in your entire photo. So if you want the avatar this close, and you want the easel this close, and you want to be competitive, you really need to get this part dialed in. This is what everyone's going to see first. So get creative here. Get really creative. Try to make something really cool. Try to impress the voter. Don't just slap down 3 stickers. With the avatar, if you want it to be like, oh, she got paint on her, try to make it actually look like that. Paint's not going to land perfectly like this. Like, you're not going to have the same pink splash inside of every green splash, right? So you got to be strategic. Getting 4K consistently, it's not about how many hours you spend on your snap. It's not about decorating a whole floating island. It's about strategy, and it always has been. All right, Sabelina. Thank you for the feedback. Your advice was to move the lamps back from the wall and put the vines closer to this. Put the vines in the ceiling, and to put in villagers. And I chose Elsa and Remy. I had to move around some things because the easel didn't want to have things over them. Well, very smart, very smart. Oh, great job here. This is. Oh my God, this is such a great example of what I mean about the secondary review, guys. This is it. Notice how it's the exact same photo with the exact same strengths, just with these added elements we discussed. So when I reviewed the snap, I mentioned that these geometric lights were really close to these Vanellope pictures, and that if we pulled them back 1 or 2 squares, we're going to get that great light, but we're not going to get as much of a light flare on the Vanellope picture. We also mentioned that we see a lot of ceiling here, so we have opportunity to detail that ceiling. And since we have some beautiful plants down here, some vines at the ceiling would be a really nice way to tie into the green down here. And the last thing we mentioned is that, you've got one villager, which is perfect. That's great. That's great. But a lot of snaps are featuring a few more villagers, so I recommended maybe adding 1 or 2 more, and then talked about places where you can put them. I want you to notice that Lena kept the angle the exact same because this was already her finished snap. That's why it's a rule, guys. You're not supposed to submit a snap you're halfway done with. You're not supposed to submit a snap you're a quarter of the way done with. You're not even supposed to submit a snap for review that you're 90% done with. It needs to be a snap that you're completely finished with the exception of the advice if you want to use it. The advice is optional, but the re-reviews are designed to be a review of your finished snap with the changes we discussed together. This is the example of that. Please, guys, please. If you like the reviews, they're going to be way more helpful if you take them this way. If you take this approach. But I will be defining this in the rules. I will be going, because this has been a long time coming, but it's been tough this week because I think a lot of people are, doing indoor builds that don't usually, and I think that's why people are kind of spiraling. So it just adds a lot of time to my review process, and it also just, it hurts your results, guys. At least I think it will, because in so many cases, your original snap was better. And I don't want that to happen in the reviews. If we can just focus on the advice given and not spiral and not change angles and change a bunch of other things and try to... I think the other issue is people see what other people are making. They see what other people are doing. So they don't just consider the advice we're giving here. They also incorporate things that they saw other people do that they liked. They'll be like, oh my God, this person had that item. I didn't even think about that. I'm going to add that to mine too. But that's the thing. This is supposed to be your finished snap. So don't rush to upload. Don't rush to do a secondary upload. Only upload your snap for review when you're ready to send it off. It's ready. You're just looking for final touches. But yeah, this is a great example of that. Very well done here, Lena. Perfect application of the advice. This is exactly what we were talking about. Look at this. We have so much opportunity here. And we have this beautiful green here. And then boom, now we have these great vines here at the top. She pulled the geometric light back just 1 square, and now we can actually see the details of Vanellope's face. We don't get that very harsh, bright reflection on the gold frame. Awesome job. Very small adjustments. That's what we're trying to do. Now, some snaps need a lot more than small adjustments, but we'll discuss that if it's needed, if I think you should pivot or if I think you should do something else, then we'll review a different snap for you. Waterfall worked again on my snap last night. Changes per your recommendations. First is the old. Second is the new. Took a long time to play around with the lighting and add the changes, but I'm glad I did. So first one here. Okay, very nice, very nice. Some great additions here. So my follow-up advice for you, Waterfall Glow, would be to enhance your saturation quite a bit here. Since you're kind of with this, it looks like daytime lighting, I would consider taking the saturation up to 0.6. And instead of just the magnolia trees, did you do the Elements of Nature star path? It came with a blossom tree, and it's a much bolder shade of pink. It's not this pale pink. It's this bold pink that's absolutely beautiful. It actually pairs really nicely with the magnolia trees. But I would consider swapping this out for a magnolia, to be honest, or for the blossom tree. It also has a really cool, like, kind of, you know, growing pattern. But yeah, departing from that solid floor across the entire build, I think, is a great touch. I would not just copy paste the same rug though. Like you have a rug over here for you're kind of taking the easy route here, Waterfall. Why not use the beautiful tangled rug down here at the base where you're painting? And then you can maybe do this pink one over here. But like I wouldn't just use the same rug here and here. Like the whole reason we're putting the rugs in these zones is to add some variety to the textures. So you want to kind of go through your rug menu and like look at your options and consider all the fun rugs you can add. Rather than just being like, okay, I found 4. I'm going to copy paste this one and also put it under here. You could find a really big rug that covers this whole section for you and Rapunzel. Like, again, the tangled rug, the big purple one with the big flower inside. Could be really nice. And then for Ariel here, since there's like the stone, what's she working on? Like, what is this for? What if you put a statue right behind her, like the Prince Eric statue? It's Ariel, you know? So, think about your strategy. Think about what villager you're using. What would be a good way to use them? Like, Vanellope in the box is pretty cute. Ariel is over here grabbing marble and working on a sculpture. What could it be? What would she want to make? Boom, drop a Prince Eric right there. Good storytelling, right? But yeah, the biggest recommendation I have for you is to increase the saturation a bit. Bold colors perform very well. And even with the Main Street Path, it's still a little pale compared to your competition. Mom Bear Games. He said to move the table and add one with a better pose. I wasn't able to get bells, so we updated it to this one. Add the motif, add characters laughing, and also change my ceiling. Yeah, we talked about the change in the ceiling. Do you remember, Mama Bear Games, do you remember why I recommended changing your pose? Do you remember why? Because it wasn't just like, hey, this pose is bad. This pose is not bad. This is actually a decent pose. You actually had a decent pose. Rather than just thinking I said change your pose. You know, you really want to be mindful of like what kind of pose I was trying to push you towards. So what did we discuss? Well, what I pointed out to you was it's going to be a really strong play this week to interact with your art. Whether you are leaning on an easel or using the Pluto pose to reach for a brush or craft a clay vase, there's ways you can show that you're getting artsy. That's what we were talking about when we talked about changing your pose. This is the same thing as yesterday. You're just kind of looking, you're looking towards these vases, but it doesn't really look like you're interacting with them. You know, you could be looking past them. I like the villagers a lot more here, and I like the setup a lot more here, but the ceiling is really risky here. But everything else about this photo is better than the new one. Now, if you would have done a pose where you were interacting with your art a little bit more, but that's why we do the secondary reviews, because you're not always going to nail it on the first try. So, for your build, yesterday you had 3 regular human-sized villagers. Today you have 4, and one of them is really big. So, with the time remaining for the challenge, Mama Bear Games, here's what I recommend. Go back to this. Go back to what you had here. Find, if you can't get the same villagers, that's fine. But try to find 3 regular-size villagers. Stay away from, like, Ralph, Beast, Maui, anybody that's going to take away visibility of your scene. Even Merida, because she has huge hair. It's really hard to see around her. Yesterday, you gave us a really good look at this amazing backdrop. We saw all of these details back here. The only downside is that you left the ceiling, white, which doesn't really fit in with the rest of the environment too well. And there's a lot of ways you can be posing to kind of show your show yourself working on art. You could even just be facing an easel, you know? There's so many, and if you're curious about different poses, just look through the Discord, you know? Take a minute right now, look through the tier 3 secondaries, look through the tier 2s, look through the tier 1s. Take a quick look and look at what kind of poses people are doing to interact with their art. And ask yourself, what can I do to show, you know, you guys are painting. You have all these easels set up. So look for painting poses. Like, how are people posing to show themselves getting artsy? It's not something you absolutely have to do for 4K. This pose would work for 4K. We're just talking about being more competitive. But if you want your pose to be more competitive, it's going to have to be a little bit more than this. And also, you've moved away from what was good about your photo before, which was balanced. You know, you have a lot of smaller villagers. But now we have more, and we can't really see the space as well. The ceiling is a great addition, but what you need is a combination of these two. Scuttle. My review was late in the queue, so I was able to get the light cast shot. Can I send them via Discord DM? I understand if the answer is no. I have first the original. You suggested changing the walls, the murals. Let me see if I can get you in here. Yeah, I can get you. Go ahead and send it my way, Scuttle, because I think I'm down to the last 3 here. I think I'm down to the last 3 reviews. I think we're almost done. So I do have time. I have one of the thinking pose and one of the new pose from the comment shots. They have the lighting of the shot from last night's post. So first is the original. Oh, yeah. Very solid, Scuttle. Very solid. And this is exactly what we were talking about while we were games. You see how Scuttle is kind of doing pottery here? You see the way they're reaching out towards their project? This is what I mean. You know, this is all I mean. If you don't know of a good way to do this, you can just keep your original pose. Your original pose was not bad. You know, there's nothing wrong with it. We're only pointing out that it's even more competitive to find a clever way to impress your voter. You know, if you can show yourself working on art, it's going to make you even more competitive. And this is a great example of that. Like, Scuttle's doing a great job here interacting with their art. Also, I love that you got rid of these. Because, you know, any big chandeliers that hang into the scene, they add a big light bubble, right? It's like a big hazy bubble. But not only did you get rid of the big hazy bubbles, but you also brought in a different wall texture. You pretty much focused on exactly what we discussed. You know, a pose where you're interacting with your art. You kept the angle the exact same, thank goodness. You brought in vines to the top. That looks really good, by the way. And the new wall is perfect with the Van Gogh painting. I actually think it balances really well with this, like, Dreamlight quilt here, too. Yeah, this is super good, Scuttle. This turned out really nice. Now, you had these two as well. I gotta say, I kind of like your one where you're reaching towards it a little bit more. Though that is a really good shot of Aurora. But the pose looks so worried here. Maybe it's because it's like falling over. But also with you so far back, it's kind of hard for this one to feel convincing because your hands are like, you know, it's pretty clear that this is right at the front of the scene and that you're a bit behind the table. Whereas I would say for this one, I feel like it's very convincing that you're reaching for it. I really like this one. The smile is also really pretty. Now let me see your newer ones. Maybe they fixed that issue. So this is another one with the cat pose. Okay, and then we have this one here. It's tricky with the cat pose because it just doesn't feel... I think it would still get 4K. I think all of these would still get 4K. But I think what I'm focused on is which is most competitive. And looking at your options here, the cat pose is fun, but it doesn't feel quite as convincing. I would say the most convincing interaction pose you have is this one. It's like you're looking towards the camera and you just took your hand off of it and now it's falling over. You know, you're close enough to where your extended arm really looks like it's, you know, just a couple of inches away from that stick. So I think, and with this being at the front of your photo, this is going to be really important. I think, you know, your other poses do allow us to see Aurora really well, and you've got some great shots of Rapunzel as well, but I think your interaction here at the front is going to be super important. So, I mean, if you wanted to aim for, like, you know, another shot where you have, like, a really good angle for Rapunzel, like this one where we can see more of her painting, and maybe a really fun shot for Aurora where we get her kind of working the spin wheel, kind of having the spin going on, I would prioritize probably this pose. Because out of what you're doing, this is the most convincing, and I think it looks really good. But the lighting, the vines, the, you know, removing the, now that we don't have that light haze here, your colors are like really crisp. It's really beautiful. The walls look great. Everything's looking really solid here. And I love the paintings in the back too. Like this little painting is really nice, actually, the way you layer these motifs. I've been trying to encourage people to layer motifs rather than just spread out 3 stickers. But this is a great, you know, the turtle with the wave, that's fun. That looks cool. You know, really good with that. Very solid job there, Scuttle. Very solid. Danielle is next. First is the original, last is new. Changed the ceiling and the walls. Added another character, changed the floor. Hopefully the pose too, right? Right? Yeah, okay. You did change the pose. Why are... Danielle, why are your eyes closed? Why are your eyes closed? So, Danielle, these are things you need to catch. You know, again, these are supposed to be complete snaps that are ready to submit. You do not need my expertise to catch stuff like this. You really don't need me for this. You can catch this, okay? So, and also, if you were here yesterday, Danielle, we talked a lot about the poses. Sure, posing with the pencil is on theme. It's an art challenge. It's a pencil. People make art with pencils, right? But it's kind of a, in a lot of ways, it's kind of a lazier option for the pose. Because what you see a lot of the very high-ranking players doing, you know, like Scuttle, for example, they're putting all of this work into making sure they capture a convincing interaction with their art. Some people are going out of their way to actually paint a picture. Some people are going out of their way to highlight what they just finished painting. They're getting artsy. So, posing with the pencil, as we've mentioned, you know, probably 40 times yesterday, it is on theme, but there's so many better options you could be doing this week if you want to impress your voters. This is a good option if you're just looking to get 1,500, 1,200, 2,500 maybe, and possibly 4K if you pop up against the right stuff. But if you want to secure 4K, if you want to have a great shot at 4K, you need to make your snap very competitive. Now, that's not always going to be necessary because some weeks you will be lucky enough to pop up against random selfies and quest photos, and you can beat those with any photo that has even a dash of effort. Even the tiniest little sprinkle of effort, you're going to be safe, good to go. But when you get into the 4K range and you start popping up against stuff like this, where this avatar has her hand out reaching for her brush and her paint as she works on her beautiful masterpiece, and they have excellent lighting, and they have Rapunzel painting a masterpiece with a brush in hand, you're not going to be able to really match up against these types of snaps if your answer for the pose is like, oh, I'll just hold a pencil. It could get you 4K. It's on theme. So I'm not saying don't use the pencil. I'm just saying if you want to get 4K very consistently, Be strategic. Your goal is to impress your voters, to make them say, wow, that's a cool idea. Or, man, they really nailed that pose. Or, oh, what a cool story. You know? And then if you can do that and have a beautiful scene, you're practically guaranteed 4K. That's why we have so many people here that just stay in 4K. It's predictable. There are people out there on the internet that would like to tell you that nobody can get 4K consistently. Dreamsnap results are just completely random and wild. But if that were the case, we wouldn't have Beyblade in 4K for the past 9 months. We wouldn't have Mama Dukes in 4K for every year. We wouldn't have me getting 4K on every Dreamsnap over the past 2 years, with the exception of one sole Dreamsnap. And I know why that one didn't get 4K. I know. I did something a little outside of the box. Sometimes it's okay to take a little bit of a risk and have some fun. But if your goal is 4K, then you want to be strategic, and it's just going to help you be more competitive. It's going to help you match up against snaps like this. That's the big thing, right? Because there's a lot of beautiful snaps like this. They're out there. There's no guarantee that you're going to pop up against them. But that's why the advice I give, it's kind of like a insurance policy. It's like a life jacket. If you do pop up against a snap like that, and if instead of holding a pencil, you're molding pottery, or you're showing the painting you just made, or you're reaching for a paintbrush, well, now it's not going to be such an easy choice for the voter. They're going to have to look at both, and they're going to have to really weigh the strengths of each photo. Again, not always needed for 4K. So this could potentially get you 4K. But when I recommended, leaving behind the magic carpet pose and embracing an art kind of pose, I was more along the lines of trying to guide you into interacting with whatever art you're working on. There's some really fun ways to do that. But if you want to have an easier week and just roll with the pencil pose, you can totally do that. Just keep in the back of your mind, Daniel. Keep in the back of your mind that there's always really good competitive poses for every challenge, no matter what the challenge is. Like, for example, in your element, I intentionally went with this exact pose for this motif. That's the whole reason I use this pose. I wanted it to look like I was bending water, like a water bender, right? And I needed something with the hand out. I tried it on this hand too. I didn't like it, so I put it here. I'm using this seated pose for Lazy Cozy Day because we're lazy, so we want to be seated. And who's lazier than Eeyore? He's always lounging around, so we're giving him some little pets, right? Another strategic use of a pose. Some challenges, the pose is designed to show off as much color as possible. We really want the wings to come through here because this challenge was explosion of color. So the sweater needs to be very visible because it has a lot of color. The wings need to be very visible. The hair needs to be visible. So we need to use a pose that highlights all of these elements. Cherished Childhood, we're using a pose where we have our arms up and we're sitting on the ground, and it's a very kid-like, some youthful energy, some youthful excitement. Another strategic pose. In Journey into Imagination, we're welcoming the voter into our expo. And a great way to welcome somebody into a scene is by using the dragon pose with your arms out, like, welcome to the show. And then that pairs very nicely with Mickey, who also has his arms out, also welcoming the voter. These are just a few examples of what I'm talking about here. And this applies to all of you guys, not just Danielle here, but anybody watching. There's always great opportunities with your avatar when it comes to how you pose them, how you present them. There are easy routes where you can just grab an accessory. And sometimes accessory poses can be really strategic too. But in this Getting Artsy challenge, there's some really, really strong opportunities to showcase yourself working on art or highlighting art or just finishing art. And you'll see that among a lot of the top players. Now, aside from that, very positive changes here. Like your art gallery is so much stronger than it was. The painted windows, just the clean wall, these two things contradicted one another. But now that you've switched to painted windows with painted walls, these work together very well. I would recommend choosing a darker color for your ceiling. I wouldn't worry too much about that floor because we don't see too much. But like a dark wood ceiling would tie in nicely with the dark trim that comes up to the top of the ceiling from this wall. Our final review. Got Aurora to do her animation. It worked after giving her more space. You didn't have any big recommendations. Said there was good storytelling and good details on the wall. First is the original, second is the new. I'm wondering if the flooring and rugs fit okay. I'll take a look. And if there's too many villagers now, also wondering if it feels too cluttered with little details. Appreciate your feedback. Well, I'm glad you got Aurora to work. That was one of the things I talked about was if they're not posing, if they're just refusing to pose and where you trap them, give them a tiny bit more room. That was one of the recommendations I gave you when you said you couldn't get her to do the pose. If it's taken like, if you've been waiting for like even 15 minutes and she hasn't done it once, there's something wrong. It's either too confined of a space or she's getting stuck in a dialogue. You know, things we discussed in that video, but I'm really glad you're able to get the pose because that's really nice here compared to yesterday. I don't think it's too many villagers. I don't really think you... Actually, yeah, sadness is actually really strong here because you have like the the crappy pottery and she's crying about it. That's actually really good. Lady just is good for filling the space here. And I wouldn't say it's too many villagers because you kind of have the same amount from yesterday. You're just filling out this... You saw opportunity where there was open space, right? We talk about that all the time. And I think yesterday when we were talking about it, when we were going over your snap, we talked about the opportunity here. Not that you can do much here because you have a doorway right here, but wherever you have a doorway, you have an opportunity with just small villagers or companions, all kinds of fun things. I also really like that you added in some music from the guitar here. But yeah, you kept all the strengths, you got the same angle, and you were able to get Rapunzel. And I love the pose here. The fact that you're giggling using the Pluto pose. Mirabelle is not happy about your portrait. You think it's hilarious. Very good strategic pose. Really strong snap here. I think you did an excellent job. And also you got a better angle on the avatar and better lighting, I'm noticing. So you see yesterday, you're kind of dark here, and we get like, Ziggy, stop. We get this side profile from you yesterday, whereas today we get this, you're turned a little bit more towards the camera. We can see you really well. And we also see your laughter a lot better. So you did a great job addressing the pose. You did a great job with the lighting. And yeah, I'm really happy you were able to nail Rapunzel. And not only nail Rapunzel, but you got some wonderful details here with these two. Very, very solid work. Well done, my friend. Well done. Alrighty. Well, you guys. Ziggy, stop. Sorry, that's what I named my Alexa device because anytime somebody named Alexa visits the stream, my little digital assistant would always go off every time I would mention Alexa. So I changed it to Ziggy because nobody goes by Ziggy. And I swear to God, if a bunch of you guys start changing your chat name to Ziggy just to torment me, I will be muting you for a month. Just keep that in mind. Don't even think about it. Don't even consider it. It's not an option, guys. Ziggy sounds cool. What if I do it? Don't do it. Mute it for a month. I'm not... Bro, look. The whole reason it's named Ziggy is so it doesn't go off the whole time. Now, Ziggy is a pretty cool name. But I'll just change it again, I guess, if you guys did that. But I don't know if there's too many good names, though. Probably Ziggy has a nice ring to it. I would just call you Probably at that point. I mean, hey, Probably. You know, I'm not reading Ziggy because she's going to... Ziggy, stop. She's just going to keep going off, you know. Anywho. Overall, solid work on the snaps, guys. Solid work on the snaps. My main word of advice, or the main thing I want to focus on for all future snaps is we saw the same thing actually with the Summer Street Festival with Author, actually. Author had a really, really beautiful snap with a lot of great strengths. And after seeing a lot of the other snaps, when I did their next review, they had completely changed their snap because they doubted it. You know, they weren't believing in it, even though it was really good. And it did end up getting 4Ks. They ended up going back to the original. But for the secondary reviews, guys, if there's anything in your snap that I feel like would be really, really, really good to add, if you guys add minor adjustments here and there, that's totally fine. You know, if you see other things that I mentioned and other, like adding a guitar or something, you know, like something else that goes with the theme, maybe you want to add in a little item here and there. But I think, I truly believe you'll get a lot better value out of these snap reviews if you focus on only uploading for review when you're feeling fully done with your snap. So if sometimes you draw inspiration from other snaps in the community, maybe let a few other people look at theirs, see what else you might want to add to yours. And then that way, when we do your review and your secondary review, it can be all about those finishing touches to make it more competitive rather than, you know, a primary review on one snap and then a primary review on an entirely new snap. That's not the direction we want to go in. The secondary reviews are specifically designed to compare old and new, and sometimes it will be an entirely new snap if we recommend a pivot, but that's very rare because most snaps can be salvaged. No matter, you know, how much lighting they're missing, no matter, you know, it's really the only time a pivot is necessary is when the theme is dangerously hard to see. That would be the only time I would, you know, be a little bit more careful, if that makes sense. Tuesday, one day I'll be able to miss my snaps on time again. Gonna watch the video for help. Thank you for the tips today. Of course, of course. Now I gotta go make my snap. I've already got 2 example scenes made. I'm not sure which one I'm gonna go with yet. Like I have the, you know, I have like the indoor build, which I do really like. But then I also have that great kind of outdoor build. I don't know. I don't know which one I'm going to go with, but I'll figure it out. I'll pick one, I'll choose it, and, you know, we'll get to the bottom of it one way or another. But all right. Great job this week, you guys. Lots of amazing snaps. And, yeah, I think tomorrow morning, or maybe tonight if I finish my snap in time, I'm just going to I'm going to add a section to the rules channel, and I'll bring it up on stream tomorrow and Thursday and Friday, because, you know, we don't do secondary reviews until Tuesday, so I just want to make sure everybody knows what to expect for secondary reviews, and I just want you guys to be confident in your work. You know, that's the big thing, because there's a lot of snaps out there that are, they're already so good, and we talk about, you know, just a few additions, right? Like this one. Like, imagine if this snap, like, imagine if Lena had, instead of just adding the vines and, like, moving these geometric lights, like, just a little forward and also bringing in one more villager. Imagine if she had replaced this whole section over here with, like, the big Hercules statue and then switched out the walls and then, like, completely changed the decor. It wouldn't be as good as it is, you know, which is why we had no issue with any of this stuff. And it's the same for you guys. Oh, you guys can't see what I'm looking at. Sorry. Yeah, with this, you know, so for you guys, it's kind of the same. There's, like, I think for Johnny's, for example, Johnny's snap his original was really solid. And I think if you would have stuck with that direction, rather than feeling the need to change out the whole backdrop and then add, like, the big statues as well, you had great color, but you buried a lot of it. And if there was any issue, or if I felt like your snap really needed those items, I would have definitely recommended them, but you didn't need them at all. You had a very solid snap. It's kind of like how this one, you know, like, yeah, there's tons of other items in the game that work with the theme, but we don't need them here. They've got enough. This is very, very competitive, very worthy of 4K, very likely to perform exceptionally well. And that's, you know, I just want us all to be on the same page with the secondary reviews, because not only will it help to improve performance, but it'll prevent spiraling, it'll prevent backtracking, and then having new issues to talk about with the new snap. And I also just would love to see people more confident in their work, because, you know, like I said, I felt like, you know, if I have you guys probably know this, but I have a pretty good eye for what's going to get 4K. Sometimes snaps that deserve 4K might not get it, but most of you guys here that get reviews and have participated in the snaps and have watched the advice videos, most of you guys get 4K pretty regularly. And if I felt like that was, if I felt in any way that you were at a major risk of not getting 4K, I would definitely let you know. I promise you that. If I'm known for one thing with these reviews, it's being blatantly clear, sometimes to a fault, because some people don't like it when I point out things. But, I want you to get 4K. That's the thing, But my advice is not going to be effective if we change the angle, we change the entire background. Sometimes my advice is to create a new backdrop. But if that's not the advice, I wouldn't recommend worrying about it. That's why it's a rule that the snap you submit is supposed to be the one you're ready to send. It needs to be, like, this was ready to ship. This was already a 4K snap. All we focused on were ways to make it slightly more competitive. Like, with the light so close to the portrait here, we're getting a lot of light flare right there, and then we have great opportunity with the roof. So, and then, we could include one more villager potentially right here. That's about all I really saw. So now it's the same exact snap, but just with these little added elements we discussed. Anyway, that's about it. Graceful Lion says, sometimes I think you're not mean enough to my snaps, to be honest. Fallen Nail says, I agree. Bro, are you guys seriously asking me to be mean? I'm never trying to be mean. I mean, I'm proud that you said I'm not mean enough. At least that means you think I'm somewhat being mean. T. Dallas says, oops, sorry, somebody. Honestly, didn't notice the angle change, so you brought it up, so thank you. Honestly, so, real for just needing to be more confident and not spiraling. Dude, it's easy to spiral. It's very easy to spiral. I get it. One thing I think that could really help if you're somebody that is prone to spiraling, or if you lose your angle. Since you're submitting these pictures to Discord anyway, you can always open the picture on your phone while you're making the changes, and you can make sure you keep the same angle. Just don't start downing yourself. I think part of the problem is when we do the reviews, you're going to see so many really good snaps, and your mind is automatically going to go, oh my God, I didn't think of using that item. I should add that to my snap. But you might not need to. It might look good in their snap, but that doesn't guarantee it's going to look good in yours. And you might already have enough good stuff. Maybe what you don't know is other people could be looking at your snap thinking the same thing. The same person that you're seeing and you're like, oh my God, I wish I had that idea. They could be seeing your snap and saying, oh my God, I wish I had that idea. So we tend to be our own harshest critics. It's very easy to look at your own work and think that it's not good enough. But that's what I'm here for. I'm here to tell you it's not good enough. And if I don't tell you that, you're probably okay. I'll be the bad guy. You don't have to be the bad guy to yourself. We need a banana, he owes us. Okay. At some point, we need a Twitch stream with Banana and Anarchy. Oh my God, bro. We do need to make that happen. I'll see what I can do. And Dixper. I've almost got Dixper set up, actually. It's very time consuming. But I should have it soon. Grace said, I don't think you're mean, but your criticism that borders on meanness drives me to do my best work. Really, I think the big thing for me is, like, I wouldn't really categorize it as mean, more so than it's like, sometimes I'm very heavy-handed where I just keep repeating the same thing or just really laying into something. But it's not because I want somebody to feel ashamed or feel like they're being punished. It's just that I really want the information to take. So, like, if I see, for example, if I see the same person I've been reviewing for 3 weeks in a row have the same issue I've helped them fix 3 times, I'm going to spend a little bit of extra time being like, what are we doing? We've talked about this. This works. You've seen the results. This is positive. Why aren't you doing it? But I feel like if my goal here is to make sure people get 4K, I kind of have to do that sometimes. They said it's called tough love. Well, exactly. I mean, otherwise, these reviews aren't going to be very helpful. You know, if I just sugarcoat everything, if I walk on eggshells, and if I'm always like, oh, you know, oh, you still got the lighting issue. That's okay. Let's put some lights here. Like, if I can tell it's not taking, then I kind of have to, you know, because I don't want you to always need me to get your results. I want the information that you learn to just like get embedded in your brain so you always know what to do. So that way, if you miss a few streams or you can't get your reviews, you're still in good shape. You're still in good shape. If we wanted sugarcoating, we would post them on Facebook. Fair enough. Yeah, anytime you ask for... Anytime, bro, go into any Dreamsnaps group and say, hey, is this good enough? Everyone will say yes. It could be a literal picture of a trash can. People would be like, I'd vote for it. I was like... sometimes I even have to specify in the Dreamsnap hub. Like, somebody will be like, hey, is there anything I can do to make this better? And, like, people will comment and be like, it's perfect. I would vote for it. Or, like, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. I would totally vote for it. And I'll go on there and reply, like, hey, so-and-so, they never said they didn't think their snap was beautiful. They never said that nobody would vote for it. They're looking for ways to make the snap more competitive because, yes, the snap is beautiful, and yes, you would vote for it, but would you vote for it over everything? Like, what kind of snap could pop up against it where you might not vote for it? That's what they're thinking. That's what they're asking. How could they make it even better? So that if they do pop up against something very good, you know, that would help. Samantha, you never asked for the mod privileges in the hub. Would you like to be a mod in the Dreamsnap hub? I got to make Vox the mod there, too, because they messaged me about it. Samantha, this is a slow burn. That's right. That's right. You made a Discord group about it? Remember? Oh, yeah. Wasn't that when I was, like, talking about making the group, though? Yeah. Well, you know what's funny about that? Is like, yeah, Willow asked to be a mod, and they shared their Facebook link. Zombie asked to be a mod, they shared their Facebook link, and Fallen Angel asked to be a mod and shared their Facebook link. Vox messaged me about it. So, like, all these people went out of their way to, like, you know, be like, hey. Well, I mean, I don't want to assume. I don't want to just give you mod privileges on, like, a group that you didn't ask for, you know? Like, Did you message me about it too, Hope? Well, I can put you on there. But yeah, I just... You already do a lot for me on Twitch and in Discord, so, like, I don't want to dump any more responsibilities on you, but yeah. I mean, I know you accepted the group, but, you know. But yeah, I'll add you guys on there. I'll add you guys on there. I'll probably do that tomorrow. Alrighty, y'all. I mean, at least I gave you your hammer back. The one thing I would like in the Facebook group, which you guys can't stop, people are looking for improvement, and people reply, be thankful you got 2,500. I only got, like, come on, guys. I haven't seen that in our Facebook group. But, I mean, you know, I think it's fair to say, you know, be proud of 2,500 because that is still really good. And I think it is important to be thankful and proud of your work if you get 2,500. So, like, I agree with the sentiment. But if you're specifically asking for advice to get 4K next time, I don't think be thankful you got 2,500 is the right response. Maybe if you want to avoid replies like that, what I would share in the Dreamsnap hub is when you post, instead of saying, I'm really disappointed this didn't get 4K, maybe post and say, because, you know, that's just going to, for people that are far away from 4K, they're going to be like, well, dang, I wish I got 2,500. They just feel that way. They're just being honest. So maybe what you could do when you post in the hub, you know, look at it from there, put yourself in their shoes, right? What if when you made your post, you said, I'm really happy this got 2,500, you know, I'm very happy that I've been performing well in Dreamsnaps. That said, I would love to be in 4K consistently. what could I do to improve further from here? So the way you word it would prevent those replies. So if you're worried about those replies, I would, just spend an extra second kind of putting yourself in the shoes of the people that are getting 900 and 1200, because there are a lot of them out there. That's a majority of players. It wasn't even your post. Well, I wouldn't really worry about it too much then. It's fine. It's fine. Like I said, those people have a point. There's a lot of people out there that would love to be getting 2,500. And it's also something I say on my stream. Like, whenever I'm going over Dreamsnap results and somebody says they're really disappointed that they got 2,500, unless it's a really, really good snap that could have been like top 1,000, then I'll empathize with them, and I'll be like, yeah, I would feel kind of, I would feel robbed too. You obviously popped up against some really good snaps. That sucks. But in most cases, I see a lot of people out there that get 2,500 and they're like really disappointed about it, and their snap is a 2,500 snap. And I'm like, well, you should be happy you got 2,500. This could have gotten 15. It could have gotten 12. I see that happen a lot. So I'm one of those people that does try to tell people to be thankful for 25, because that is really good. That is really good. But those people are coming from a reasonable place. But I would say those comments would slow down and there would be a lot less of those comments if the people posting, showed we're happy about where they were while also looking to improve. So I think including that in the post is good. But 2,500 Moonstones puts you in, 2,500 Moonstones puts you in the top 10 percentile of Dream Snaps. That means you managed to beat like 90% of snaps in votes. That's really good. And the thing is, to get 4K, you're talking about beating nearly 96%. So when you get 2,500, you're really close to 4K. And sometimes snaps that do deserve 4K end up getting 2,500. But even when I've had snaps get 25, I've never been like, I feel so robbed. I'm like really upset. I always took it as like a great opportunity to learn and grow. That's the way I've always looked at it. And I think that's one of the reasons I've been so consistent in snaps, is because I try to approach it with a very positive mindset. Like even tomorrow when we get our results for eco-friendly fun, I love this theme. If for some reason I got less than 4K on this, I would just kind of assume I popped up against some really outstanding snaps. And I'd probably evaluate things like, maybe fireflies could have been really good here. Maybe if I had some butterflies to up the ecosystem, like maybe there's something I could have done, and I'll look at it that way. But I'd still be very proud of this snap. And I know I would see snaps in 4K that weren't this strong, but I would also understand that they popped up against other stuff than I did. So I had my 1v1s. I didn't win enough of them. It is what it is. It'll happen to anybody. It can happen to me. It can happen to Beyblade. It can happen to Mama Dukes. Most streaks end eventually. Mine are no different. You never know. Some tasteful fireflies. Yeah. It just basically means like, don't like dump a whole bucket of them in there, but like just a couple little firefly speckles, I voted on some good snaps, but saw a lot that were not on theme. That's every week. Yeah, some tasteful bears as well. Tasteful little bear action in there. All right, y'all. If you don't get 4K, it's probably because you're not on PC. No, I was on PC, so all my advice works. But I like to use the bucket. Oh, the bucket's good. I don't mind a lot of fireflies. It's really just in some challenges I don't like a whole lot of them. I actually didn't use fireflies at all in the in this one, only because it was super late. Like I was just too tired. We did snap reviews until like I think like 10, and then I had dinner and I pet the kitty, and then I started working on it, and I didn't even build an example scene for this, so I had nothing prepared. So it was just pretty late when I was ready to, and I was kind of testing the poses, and I was like, you know what? I just got a good, like if I wanted this perfect, I wouldn't have the grass clipping. I would have put something under her so that it wouldn't show the grass through the dress. And then if I had more time, I probably would have done butterflies and fireflies. But I didn't want to deal with the butterflies like flying in front of the bear or flying in front of Wally or Aurora. I was too tired to like take multiple snaps. This was actually the first snap. Like the first, I didn't even save one in my gallery. I took this picture and I was like, good bird, good bear, good Aurora, good Wally, good Eve, good Timon, submit. I was like, okay. Like, I probably could have got a better shot of this bee. Probably could have added some stuff in here. But I think it's really good. I really like this. I think it's so pretty. So, yeah, I'm super happy with it. But, I mean, I definitely could have done better. I definitely could have done better. Look at that bear. I know, he's so cute, dude. He's so cute. Dude, the bear, I feel like for the eco-friendly fun, bro, I'm telling you, that bear is going to do numbers tomorrow, dude. Open up the top 3, all right? You're going to see a bear. We never know. Maybe, maybe not. Could be something else really creative, but I can promise you this. In the 4K range tomorrow, there's going to be a whole lot of bears. You'll barely be able to believe it. I'm leaving. Good night, everybody. As always, stay safe, stay awesome, stay healthy. I'll catch you on the next one. Ta-ta for now. See you on refresh day. Oh, and I'll have my post up pretty early. I mean, why not use the bear? Yeah, good question. It's perfect for the theme. We finally got a great... I saw people using the bear for Summer Street Festival, and I was like, guys, what are we doing? Why is there a bear? Why is there a bear in your city? Susan earlier on YouTube said, I'd rather have an honest review than one to just make me think it was good. Well, that's the point, that's the point. Most people take the reviews really well. I've only had, in the whole history of doing these reviews, I think I've only had maybe 2 or maybe 3 people get a little butt hurt. A little butt hurt, But it is what it is, My response to that is I'm not going to change the way I do things. I'm not going to walk on eggshells for any specific person. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be straightforward. And if I see failing to incorporate a device that we've already covered and that you've already seen working, I'm going to lay into you on a little bit. All right. I cry after my reviews. I cry during my reviews. This is torture. You guys are so funny. I keep a box of tissues next to me when he does mine. Bro, I'm not even that mean, dude. I'm not mean at all. Like I said, the only time I really lay in is when I see, especially if it's somebody I've been reviewing for a while, if I see them making, the same plays that they know are not likely to work, I will lean into it more because I want to break them out of that mindset. I want to break them. I want them to embrace what works while having fun. I schedule therapy immediately after. Okay. All right. All right, then. Is Nice Senpai in the room with us? He's about to not be. I'm leaving. You guys, I'm not even that mean. Have a good night. Or don't, because I'm mean. I don't care. I would say ta-ta, and all that stuff. But you know what? I'm mean, senpai. Get out of here. I'm leaving. Don't even have a good night. I might